Good afternoon, Benjamin.
Good afternoon, bro.
Had your lunch?
Oh, yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, just
Venkatesh, good afternoon. Venkatesh, good afternoon.
Sorry, my mic was muted. Good afternoon, Prof. How are you?
Oh, fine, Prof. Venkatesh, nice seeing you and hearing you from Taylor's podium, and we are very happy to welcome you.
Thank you, sir.
Will be so nice to be interacting and exchanging ideas. So, how is everything at back in your place, Ajahn?
Yeah, everything is fine, doing well.
Good, okay.
Yeah, thank you very much all for inviting me to be one of the judges.
No, it is a pleasure. It's a pleasure to have a young, energetic, knowledgeable person to be one of the team members so that we can make it better.
Yes, thank you, Prof.
Thank you. Did you have your some lunch or something, some break?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Yeah, I was looking at the main channel, about almost 200 over participants, and it is running beautifully. Very nice talk and very well organized. You guys have done a great job. Yeah, it's running from morning.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yes.
Main one.
Main one, yes.
Very nice.
We have got 5 channels now, channel 1 to channel 5. So we belong to channel 5.
Yeah.
And we have different sessions, and we'll just see what we can do. Yes, yeah, the first main channel was going on well, except for small,
very nice.
Small glitches due to internet connection. Otherwise, it was nice. Yes.
Yeah. I will just switch off my video.
Yes.
Okay. Nice meeting you, sir.
Hello, Dr. Benjamin. Hello, Dr. Futane. How are you?
Good morning. Good afternoon, Dr. Amaya.
Good afternoon now. Had lunch or no?
Yes. I had my lunch and I'm just comfortable now. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Because I want to see you fresh and energetic. So I need to have lunch.
But it went on very well since morning.
Yes. Actually, that's how it should be, because teamwork, and everybody is dedicated. Yes. Everybody is interested to make sure the function goes on well, the activities goes on well.
Yeah. And the students' participation is
very good.
Very good. Actually.
Because each one has put their own best. And, and not only that, they interact very well. They have a teamwork. The teamwork I noticed in different groups. And suppose one of the students is not good, we try to ask them a question. They support him. And they say he's good. Today, I don't know why he didn't answer the question. Today, he's good. So, the teamwork is there.
The teamwork is there.
Yes. I'm very happy with that in Taylor's University. The teamwork in the group, small groups.
No, it is because of our small size, it doesn't matter.
Yes. That's one reason.
We know for ourselves the size matters, because, in our days, MBBS used to be like, 150 students, not less than that.
True.
We all have experienced that, from that 150 what happens and from 50 what happens. So the relative ratio speaks sometimes.
True. They have no choice to have groups and to learn. Last time we didn't have so much of group learning. I introduced the group learning in my postgraduate courses, both my MD and DA. That helped me a lot. Small groups. And all of them could read well and then come to exam well prepared. It was very good group learning. So I always coax my students in Taylor's to have a group learning, interaction, small groups.
So, Dr. Benjamin, do we start at 1 exactly? Dr. Benjamin is here.
Yeah, here, there.
Let's just.
Yeah, it's 2 minutes to go, I think.
Yeah, we'll start at 1 exactly.
Yeah, okay.
Just a couple of minutes.
Yes. You start, then you just give us a green signal, then you start, then we'll start the session.
Okay, good afternoon and welcome to Channel 5 of ICON-MEGOPIC 2021. I am Dr. Benjamin and I am the channel lead for the Channel 5 events. Moyad Abdul Gadir El Ghazim will be our technical lead. He'll help us with the technical events on this channel. The first part of this session will be the technical session 5, which we will start in right away now. This will focus on health economics, and this will run from 1 p.m. till 2:30 p.m. Malaysian time. And we will be hearing from our invited speaker, Mr. Andrew Mostert from Sussex, UK, and 3 oral presenters highlighting the research in this field. The next part of the session would be technical session 10, which focuses on non-communicable diseases. This will run from 2:30 until 4 p.m. We have our invited speaker for this session, Dr. Azima Ahmed from the National Defense University, Malaysia, and 3 other oral presenters as well. Following this, we will have Channel 5 is COVID-19 pandemics, impact on education, and also healthcare safety of healthcare workers. All these events we hope will end by 5 p.m. and then we'll be free to join the main session again. To post questions following each speaker's note and also the oral presentations, you're welcome to ask on Zoom or to post your questions on Zoom chat or to use the Slido QR code, which will be flashed at the end of each presenter's speech. To get started, may I invite Dr. Ameya Ashok Hassamnes, Senior Lecturer in Clinical Pharmacology at Taylor's University, to chair the technical session 5. And
thank you very much, Dr. Benjamin, and I welcome you all for this conference. So for today, we will be having a total of 4 presentations in this technical 5 session. Let me begin with introduction of our main speaker, Mr. Andrew Mostert. He is a social sciences business partnership manager and an aspect broker at University of Sussex, UK. He is a Sussex lead on entrepreneurship, communication, business engagement communities of practice, and he actively engages with all aspect projects which are of importance to students. He's lead for Aspect International Project as well. He has taught economics and accounting for various programs at University of Cape Town, London School of Economics, and University of Wales. He has developed enterprise education structures and programs and supported students' enterprises. And he's also a recipient of Best Undergraduate Teacher from Royal Docks Business School graduation of 2013. Mr. Andre has also been involved with various financial management programs as well as bankings in countries like Saudi Arabia and elsewhere. He has also written many successful grants for local, national, and international agencies. So with that, may I welcome Mr. Andre Mossad to present his topic for the day. And Mr. Moyad, who is our technical lead, can you play his video? Thank you very much. After this, we'll have a 10 minutes of Q&A. Let us start the video.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you very much for the opportunity to do this presentation. I hope in the time allocated, I'm able to communicate with you in terms of the activities that we are engaged with. And again, thank you to the organizers for inviting us and to allow us to do this presentation. I'm aware of our time limitations, so I will do my best to get as much across as possible and leave you hopefully with a desire to participate and to join us in our activities to drive innovation across community empowerment and to drive change in what is a fairly challenging time for us, both from a COVID-19 perspective, but also generally from other challenges that we face in terms of climate change and implementation of the UN 2030 goals, sustainability goals, which I think this time we really do all realize that achievement of those goals is not a nice to have, it is an essential goal. And we hope that the DICE consortium offers some sort of insight or a vehicle perhaps to driving some of that change. I'll touch quickly, the presentation is looking to just introduce you to the consortium, do a bit of a showcase, introduce the Aspect International and other activities, and then touch on the community. Sorry, I'm going a bit quicker here because of time. So the objective is to give you a sense of the etymology of where the DICE consortium has come from. I'll point you now to the short video you can see, which you can see at www.diceconsortium.com, and that'll give you a bit more time to actually take in. I'm assuming that you will have access to this recording and to this slideshow, so you should be able to access material as required. I'd like to highlight the Aspect International program, touch on a showcase of some of the projects that we've done, and highlight our expanded areas, and also to open channels of communication with all of you who are interested in working with us. That's an example of our partnership base, and there's obviously not enough space. You can see Egypt, South Africa, Spain, our programs in Tanzania, for example, etc., Pakistan, Indonesia. Again, this is not exhaustive image, but just to give you a sense that we are quite a diverse consortium. So the DICE consortium emanates out of a vision by Dr. Tim Pascoe, who is lead of the Catalyst in Communities Institute for Community Safety. And this came out of various projects which over the years he's participated in, and many of us have participated in terms of developing social innovation and solutions and testing and evaluating, making errors on many occasions. And this really resulted in him realizing that for many of the organizations across the world, the limited capacity due to their core activities limits their ability to expand and participate, simply due to the fact that they've got to be driven by securing funding, and so his vision was to create a digital ecosystem, which in this case is built around Basecamp, which I'll touch on later, for cooperation and for activities, and to promote engagement, as opposed to simply saying, well, we come together and we cooperate because we see a funding source. Here we are saying, let's bring our limited capacity for expansion and other activities, and together we create this economies of scale where one partner can access another partner's narrative work or one of their other funding proposals, and then use that to help build their own base. It's very much a cooperative environment. One of the earlier projects was the Settle project, which was around social innovation, and adding to the social enterprise ecosystem by training trainers to develop and support social enterprise. Dr. Pascoe has supported over 65 social enterprises from initial vision through to sustainability, others driven through to sustainability. So a wide experience base, which was consolidated in projects like this, and also in the Ukieri project, which involved working across India with partners to drive social innovation. The Refugee Integration Program was also a program, a transnational program, and there you can see some of our European partners again, and Tanzania and South Africa. And this project involved working with refugees to look at employability and promoting employability. And through this, we've expanded our employability partnership across a number of countries. Another project was the Digital Access Program with people living with disabilities, and again co-funded by the European Union under the Erasmus Plus program. And there you can see the Czech Republic as one of the partners included in one. So the DICE really consortium works across a wide cross-section of organizations and profiles, etc., committed to the UN DP goals, as I mentioned, promoting employability, working with higher education. So again, a very diverse and eclectic consortium. Again, establishing innovation, teaching and learning, supporting individuals to expand their professional development, allowing them to work. Many of our DICE partners are actually freelancers and work with us, etc. So looking at applied social science research activities, promote industrial awareness, working with early career researchers, knowledge professionals, academics, leadership, policymakers, really again trying to work. And it's an ongoing process. It's an organic process. We keep it open. We find ourselves engaging in new projects that we hadn't anticipated, etc. So in terms of some of the areas, you can see, for example, there, healthy aging, employability, community safety, and then a whole raft of different areas, which obviously I can't, given our time constraints, be able to go into in any detail. In terms of the Aspect program, if you visit the Aspect website, you can get a much better insight into this program, which is an alliance or a cooperation or a consortium, for that matter, of higher education organizations across the United Kingdom. And part of what we're working on is the international aspect. So being led by the University of Sussex, hence my role. And my role here is also as the Sussex representative in the DICE consortium. Partners in over 25 countries, and working extensively with trying to develop an infrastructure around the base camp where people can cooperate and can work together to achieve economies of scale. Focus on international entrepreneurship using the Hall and Matos model, which you can visit at that website. On our website, the URL gives you insight into the Hall and Matos model, which is very, very innovative and pioneering in terms of sustainable development. We have an online training program, or more cooperation really, with partners. We have about 60 odd academics, knowledge professionals, social innovators from across 25 countries who are working with us to develop their projects. We also have the ecosystem where we have about 50 plus ODA eligible partners. Our present cohort will finish next Friday, where they will all be pitching in the week after that for £2,000 grants. The next cohort for that, and we're hoping to secure another at least 10 grants, will start in May 2021. So if you are interested in joining, at the end we have guidance in how you can join us through joining the base camp. If you're on the base camp, the training and the cooperation cohort will be open. So if we touched on a couple of the projects above, but just to give you a little bit more insight, in the refugee integration project, we had over 3 hours of dignity diaries recorded, 13,000 downloads of employability assignments, 85 partner countries were included as we expand, and we're continuing to expand that, 8 languages. We had to have a replacement pilot due to one of our countries falling out due to lack of capacity to engage. All the partners participated in training activities in the UK, in Italy, and in Greece. So they were able, obviously, to travel. This was pre-COVID. In the case of the digital skills, over 100 dissemination events, 500 organizations, 6,000 people reached or impacted. So the DICE team has supported over 25 partners to make submissions, and obviously it's probably more than 25, but just as a sort of ballpark figure, because obviously counting exactly how many is not really a good use of time. To Asian Development Bank, Erasmus Plus, H2020, Horizon 2020, I should say. And we know Horizon 2020 has now been replaced by Horizon Europe. It's just presently the legislators in Brussels are finalizing the nature and the structure of the program. So we can anticipate a lot of calls coming fairly soon. And we are positioning as the DICE Consortium with all our partners to make sure that we can actually put in competitive submissions. And it's important to be aware that the competitive nature of the landscape at the moment is extensive. A recent Innovate UK submission, there were 8,000 submissions for 600 potential funded projects. So it is very competitive. And when it looks at sort of we work on a 1 in 10 to 1 in 15 hit rate on successful project submissions. So we are wishing to explore and expand our partnership. Another project is, which is a fairly new project, is NEMO, which looks at new models for growth. And there you can see additions of Portugal, Poland, and Ireland, again funded by the European Union. Projects which were launched in February, Youth Against Fake News, which has our North Macedonian partners, and our signing banks, which looks at how do we promote access to financial services for people living with disabilities. And our key partner there is the Institute for the Deaf in Turin, who have been partners with us in a number of different projects, and they are our specialist partner in ensuring that all our activities meet the challenges associated with people living with disabilities. Other projects in development include esports for employability. Many of you will be aware that esports is a huge growth area and will become a tool for addressing mental health and other health issues as we move forward. And it's not simply being a gamer necessarily, but there's also opportunities to be a marketing person, events organizer, and we're likely to see in a post-COVID world that this is going to be a significant growth area. Greening the economy, I've mentioned, that's built around the Hall and Matos model, employability, enhancing civic engagement from higher education, impoverished entrepreneurship. Sorry, I repeated that later in the slide as well, I know. Third generation sector, next generation training for third sector leaders, local youth civic engagement participation, online safety for vocational education. So in terms of touching on the health element, I mean, our key health project at the moment is the Digital Nutritional Hub, which is a direct response to COVID, where we're looking at building a local pub in a small community to act as an immunonutritional hub responsible for keeping an eye on people who are vulnerable in the community, because although vulnerable people in the community will, the medical centers will be aware of them. There isn't a single body that actually operates within the community who knows who all the vulnerable people are. And obviously, community medical centers are closed often overnight and on weekends, unless they obviously are emergency, which many of the doctor's surgeries are not emergency facilities. So during times on weekends or overnight. So the idea is that the digital immunonutritional hub will be both a monitor of vulnerable people in the community, but also a distributor of immunonutritional advice, immunonutritional box, etc., etc. You can visit our URL there where you can see we are within the Aviva Community Fund Hub, where Aviva employees can actually donate towards the development of the model. If you would like to join us, please feel free to make a request. The details will appear at the end. And as I say, we work around the base camp, and it allows effective remote working. You can use it on your phone. There is an app for it, so you can actually very seamlessly access a whole partnership base and say, well, we've got this project. We are operating in such and such a country. Is anybody interested, or does anyone have resources that we could actually localize and apply in our own situation? The idea is to create this economies of scale situation so that everyone can cooperate seamlessly in the face of a very tight funding environment. Where to next? So that we are expanding the partnership. As I've mentioned, we are looking to make submissions to the next call of Erasmus Plus, which should be due fairly soon. Horizon Europe, which I'm sure will be settled, and there will be a number of calls around all areas, health innovations, not with, included, of course, and various others, sustainability, food security, etc. And all these things that contribute to, and obviously there's going to be a strong post-COVID-19 focus, and I think that's probably one of the reasons why the calls have been somewhat delayed. Support joint venturing with partners, develop professional exchange programs. We're very keen to work with individuals on a freelance basis, and you can bid with us with our support if you see something that our intention is for you to be able to access our economies of scale as well, and support and to learn from our experience and do joint work with us. So if you'd like to join us, there are our contacts. So you just drop us an email and indicate your interest as an organization or as an individual. It's neither here nor there. Whatever works for you in your context, and if you send us an email, we'll send you an application form to join the Basecamp. It's fairly straightforward. The reason we use an application form system is that the detail that you fill in the application form system will make us more efficient when it comes to including you in a submission to Europe or to other agencies. Thank you again for the opportunity, and I hope and wish you all well with the rest of the conference and in the future, and we hope to hear from you soon. All the best and keep well. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much, Mr. Andre, for your excellent talk. And Mr. Andre will also take a few questions. If you want to put the questions in the Zoom chat, that's also available. Plus, you can also do it on Slido by scanning the logo on your screen. The question and answer session will be open for 10 minutes. So can I ask for a few questions from the audience? Okay, let me begin because the others are still typing. So can I ask about the innovations that were done to identify people in the local community who were vulnerable to diseases? So how was that exactly done? And can you just explain that a bit more in detail, because that local pub, the very idea is very unique. So can you explain a bit more on that?
Thank you, Dr. Amir. Well, the way we've operated is through the local post office, because obviously, given, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you very much. one of the issues, of course, is that everything is subject to GDPR and data protection codes. In the ideal world, we would have liked to have been able to go to the local medical centers and engage with them and say, who are the vulnerable people who need support? But given the state of COVID at the moment, as you know, COVID has been fairly devastating for the United Kingdom.
Yes.
And so the opportunity to visit the surgeries and these type of facilities is not available to us. So what we've done is we've worked through the post office. The post office in our case also happens to be a news agent. Those of you that are familiar with the UK will know that our post offices are also usually small grocery stores and things like that as well. So we identified the post office as being and the people who work at the post office as being the people most likely to be aware of who's vulnerable within the community. So we've worked through them. We've also included a survey which goes in the newspapers to the households so that we can start to build that infrastructure and that understanding. It's still very much in an early phase because everything is locked down, as you know.
Yes.
And we had hoped that in that short period that we had between the 4th of July and about, I think, the middle of August, when we had our second mini lockdown, to actually have more activity. But unfortunately, it didn't go according to plan. So we're hoping that as we see the beginnings of the unlock, we will be able to engage more widely with the Residents Association and with the surgeries to say, let us identify all the vulnerable people. Let's invite them to be part of the infrastructure. Because I think, and I mean, this is common across all countries, is that although medical centers will be aware of who's vulnerable in their cohort of patients, those medical centers are not 24/7 facilities, so they're not open in the evenings after 6 o'clock often. They only open again the next morning at 8:30. They are not open on weekends. So a lot of people are extremely isolated, and the intention of having the pub act as the sort of the central, because obviously it's open for longer than those facilities. Plus, with the link to the post office, it means we have sort of cover in inverted commas, of course, from a period of about 5:30 in the morning until close to 12 o'clock at night. There's somebody there who is available and aware. And so it's very much an evolving process. And as you can see on our crowdfunding site, we haven't actually secured what our target is. So our intention, of course, is to start working with other bodies to try and see if we can get some more funding, because it's going to have to be funded at the baseline. Once the initial funding is secured, it will then become sustainable, because the pub that we are specifically working with, I mean, over the last 5 years, they've raised over £40,000 for charity. So the evidence and the commitment is there. It's just dealing with lockdown. I think all of us, I mean, everyone on this call, we're all dealing with something we have never dealt with before. So I hope that answers your question.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Very interesting. I think the utilization of existing resources outside of the medical field to help people in the society is something that is, it is something very unique. I think that will have far-reaching effects on the society.
Of course, I mean, there is of course also the challenge that we're using a facility that is associated with alcohol and things like that, which does need to have some sort of social balance, of course.
Yes.
Because, and it's one of the biggest problems that you've probably identified with how the United Kingdom and many other countries have actually approached it, is that alcohol has been seen as an aggravating factor with addressing COVID. Because and we've witnessed that in our mini unlock period, and we can anticipate it again with the unlock that is approaching, is that people consume alcohol and then ignore social distancing rules. They start hugging each other and shaking hands because the alcohol is the great social sort of
super spreader, indirect super spreader.
Yeah, well, exactly. Well, considering that, that many of our Muslim colleagues have recognized that thousands of years ago. So, it's just it's an issue that this society is going to have to grapple with, because I mean there is an obsession with the pubs. Can you hear us?
Yeah, I think it.
But I think we're probably getting into a dialogue. Are there any other questions, or shall we continue our dialogue?
No. I think we have a few more questions to go with. I think there's a question which asks you to elaborate a bit more on the fellowship your organization offers.
Okay. We presently operate under the Aspect International. We operate it started originally as, we called it a training program, but we felt that the term training is a little bit off the mark, because we see this as a cooperation. I mean, for example, if we're talking about interventions in, say, Nepal, for example, I mean, the specialists in that intervention are Nepalese people by definition. So we wanted it a more cooperative. So what we do is we run a program. It runs over a 4-week period. We have a 25-minute session twice a week, followed by a 30-minute Q&A. And at the end of that period, the participants can pitch for a £2,000 grant, which can be used as a fellowship. For example, once you can travel, you might say you'd like to travel to the UK and work with some of the DICE consortium partners. Alternatively, you might say we'd like to run a small pilot, for example, in Pakistan, we're working with Sakur University around looking at the digital hub, but building it around coffee shops as opposed to obviously alcohol. So, you might say we'd like to do a little pilot like that and just see whether it's viable in a Pakistan context, for example. So the cooperation runs for those 4 weeks, twice a week. And in those sessions, we do presentations around, how to build a narrative, how to use a log frame, building risk matrices, building budgets, etc. And then at the end of that, the participants have to submit a concept note, a logical framework, and a risk matrix. And they have up to 7 minutes presentation that needs to be recorded and submitted. And obviously, if they're successful, then they receive a £2,000 grant, and they can then take it. So if you're going to focus around fellowship, then obviously your log frame is about your own personal professional development, because we are very keen to support professional development as well. So it does not necessarily have to be a project. It could be, say, well, I'd like to increase my, if you're postdoctoral level, then I'd like to do a postdoctoral fellowship and spend 3 weeks in the UK at this specific partner, and then we try and facilitate that. I hope that answers the question.
Yes, it answers the question. I think we're short of time. We'll move on. There are 2 more questions, but we'll send it to Mr. Andre, and he will answer, and we'll get back to you on those aspects. So the next 3 presentations are going to be from our students, and for those presentations, I think we have judges in this group who will judge those presentations, and also at the end of the presentations, we'll have some time for them to ask them some questions. So the first presentation is by our 3rd year student, Ms. Kartika Tyagarajan, who is from School of Medicine, Taylor's University, and she's going to speak on quality of life amongst residents of densely populated high-rise, low-cost dwelling units in the city. And I just forgot, I should say thank you to Mr. Andre, because we just went on with the dialogue. It was so interesting that I just skipped my mind. Thank you for your excellent explanations and a very unique idea of using the post as a nodal point for health and everything else. I think that has a scope for the future. Okay, so with that, can I ask Ms. Kartika to just go on with her presentation? Can you play the video?
Good day to everyone. Today, my group will be presenting our research paper titled Quality of Life Amongst Residents of Densely Populated, High-Rise, Low-Cost Dwelling Units in the City. Our team members are myself, Kartika, Niranjana, and Shohan. Beginning with the introduction, quality of life according to WHO is an individual's view of their position in life in the context of their value systems and culture in which they live, and in relation to their standards, expectations, goals, and concerns. QOL is an indicator of physical, psychological, social, and environmental well-being. Poor QOL is associated with higher morbidity and shorter life expectancy, and hence is an important predictor of health outcomes. Globally, thousands of studies have been conducted to assess quality of life of various populations. Here we have highlighted a few studies which have used the WHO QOL breadth questionnaire to allow comparison. The first was studying the mental health among the Austrian citizens that concluded psychological domain of quality of life was significantly associated with income. The mean quality of life of the group with below €1,000 income was only 63, as opposed to the mean score among general population, which was 69.8. Another study assessing the QOL of participants of slum house upgrading program in Argentina reported improvement in scores of all domains, although the score of environmental domains still remained below 50. Thirdly, the study assessing QOL among 1,203 participants from Singapore reported mean scores between 68 to 75 for all domains, while a study from Indonesia reported mean scores of 58 to 70, with environmental domains having the lowest score. In Malaysia as well, hundreds of studies assessing quality of life have been published. Here we have selected and listed the range of scores reported by a few papers using the same questionnaire. These studies have been conducted among different Malaysian population, young adults in rural Selangor, young motorists, and medical students. These papers reported a wide range of mean scores 58 to 71 for physical domain, the others were between 60 to 70. A paper reported higher QOL among older adults above 60 years of age. Older individuals without cognitive impairment had QOL scores above 71 up to 77 for different domains. However, patients with spinal cord injury unable to drive reported scores below 45 in all domains. Studies from the past have identified several factors associated with QOL, including the demographic factors, socioeconomic factors like income, employment, and education, physical health, mental health, and environmental factors such as the home and surrounding environment and access to social facilities. A short background on our study population. The Urban Public Housing Program or Program Perumahan Rakyat are high-rise, low-cost housing projects designed to overcome issues of squatted dwelling by providing affordable, adequate, and quality housing to the low-income group. Some problems the PPR residents might face include low income to expenses ratio due to high living costs in cities makes it difficult for them to meet their daily demands and leading to stress and anxiety among the providers. Large household size to living space ratio leading to cramming, which becomes a breeding ground for infectious diseases, and lack of privacy affects mental health of residents. There has been complaints regarding housing quality like leaking roof, water seeping through walls, windows, as well as bad flooring, and poor housing environment like the poor hygiene, lack of or poor maintenance of social infrastructure, poor safety, and high crime. Thus, our study aims to determine the quality of life and its associated factors among the PPR residents. By identifying current quality of life and modifiable factors for low quality of life among the PPR residents, we can then measure the efficacy of current government-led social and health interventions, programs, and policies. It will also aid our decision-making process in implementing new interventions to tackle the modifiable risk factors. Next is literature review. The first study is by Tangaya and team, published in the year 2020. In this study, impact of income on perceived quality of life among more than 18,000 adult rural citizens was measured. Results showed statistically significant association between income and QOL domains. Using the below 40 population as reference, M40 and T20 income groups showed a significant positive association across the four domains of QOL. Other factors significantly associated with QOL are education, employment, chronic diseases, and mental health. This study also studied the quality of life of low-income population in Malaysia using the WHO QOL questionnaire and reported factors associated with poor QOL, but their subjects were rural citizens and the PPR population was not included. The second study was by Wan Puthe and team, published in the year 2019. It was a cross-sectional study, recruited 347 respondents from the low-income group, including the disabled and indigenous population. Factors that were significantly associated with low quality of life in the study were male, single, low income, and presence of chronic illnesses. This paper also studied quality of life and its associated factors among the B40 group in Malaysia, but used the EQ5B questionnaire instead. It also did not specify whether PPR in population was included. Lastly, the study by Ismail and team published in the year 2015 was also a cross-sectional study aimed to measure quality of life based on home comfort and satisfaction among 71 residents of PPR under City Hall, Kuala Lumpur. The study concluded that residents were satisfied with physical design and management, but they were unsatisfied with physical environment, particularly lack of social amenities, crime rate, and cleanliness. This study is highly relatable to ours in terms of study population, but it measured only quality of life based on environmental satisfaction instead of the overall health-related quality of life. Impact of socioeconomic factors on quality of life was also not measured in this study. Many studies have reported quality of life of low-income, poor socioeconomic groups from rural Malaysia. One also has described quality of life among residents of low-cost housing and the impact of urban poverty. Studies among the PPR residents have only measured their satisfaction over their living environment. There is a lack of literature describing physical, social, and psychological aspects of quality of life among the PPR residents, and hence this paper aims to address this gap. Moving on to methodology. This is a cross-sectional study. We surveyed 180 residents of PPR Sri Pantai aged 18 or above using the convenient sampling method. Data on association between demographic factors and quality of life was analyzed using the independent t-test ANOVA and Pearson correlation. Individuals who may not be able to respond to questionnaire, like individuals with cognitive impairment, illiteracy, or lack of Malay language proficiency, is a relative criteria for exclusion. This study design has been approved by the Human Ethics Center for Research Management of Taylor's University. Self-administered Malay version of WHO QOL PrEP questionnaire was used. This questionnaire measures global quality of life rather than the health-related quality of life alone. It has high cross-cultural adaptability, has been translated into multiple languages, and reliability and validity of the Malay version has been tested among Malaysians. The WHO QOL PrEP questionnaire uses Likert scale 1 to 5. The final mean scores of each domain were reported and transformed scores from 0 to 100. It has 26 items, 2 items to assess the overall QOL and general health satisfaction. The remaining 24 items assess facets from each domains. The 7 from physical domain, like activity of daily living, pain, mobility, sleep, and 6 from psychological domain, including body image, positive, negative feelings, and spirituality. 3 on social relationships, and 8 from environmental domain like finances, safety, physical and home environment, and accessibility to healthcare, recreation, and transportation. Moving on to the results and discussion, the average age of our respondents was 42.4 years with a range of 19 to 70 years. More than 80% of our respondents were females and were of Malay ethnicity. 62.2% of them were married. 78.3% had education up to secondary school. In terms of employment, 46% were working and another 34.4% were housewives. The mean scores for the 4 QL domains ranged between 59 and 67. The skewness and kurtosis values for all the 4 dimensions. They were all close to 0. Hence, data distributions were fairly normal. Overall, the mean scores for environmental domain was the lowest, especially for the financial resources, home and physical environment, and access to recreational facilities. Compared to scores reported in other published Malaysian studies, residents of PPR Sri Pantai had lower scores in social and environmental domains. Based on post hoc analysis, gender and ethnicity didn't show any significant association. For marital status, however, widowed residents had significantly higher mean scores for psychological domain, and married residents had the highest for social domain. Unmarried residents reported the lowest in both the domains, as they may be in the phase of life where they are attempting to build a new life with new job, social network, etc., which could be very stressful. Similarly, college graduates had the lowest mean scores for all except the physical domain, and those with only up to primary level education reported the best scores, which was actually contradictory to the general trend that quality of life is positively associated with education. We infer that this is due to education socioeconomic status mismatch. Better educated PPR residents may perceive a huge gap between their current socioeconomic status and expectations to match this status to their education level, which may lead to greater levels of stress and frustration. Age was also significantly positively associated with quality of life scores for the psychological and social domains, which reflects a greater life satisfaction and acceptance among the older individuals. Further analysis also revealed that younger individuals were more likely to be single, college graduates, and older individuals were more likely to be widowed with up to primary education only. Limitations of this study include smaller sample size than the targeted. Cross-sectional study design was used, hence the temporality of causation of associated factors with quality of life could not be determined. Convenient sampling method used for data collection causes selection bias. As a result, demographics of the respondents did not reflect the actual demographic distribution of PPR Sri Pantai residents. Data collection method using the self-administered questionnaire is subjected to various bias like response bias. To conclude, scores in social and environmental domains were lower among the PPR residents compared to the general Malaysian population. Thus, community projects such as Community Garden or Rukun Tetangga can be introduced to allow residents to directly participate in the management and care of their shared space by recreating the kampung culture. More studies required to determine efficacy of such initiatives on social and environmental well-being of the PPR community. Besides, we can also conclude that younger, single PPR residents with tertiary education had poorer quality of life. Further studies are required to identify sources of problems faced by this section of the population to decide on the appropriate interventions targeted to this population. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Karthika, for your excellent presentation. And the floor is open for question and answer session for the next 10 minutes. You can always put your questions in the chat box, or you can also scan the code for questions. Yes, any questions for Karthika and her team?
Good afternoon. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Karthika. That was a wonderful presentation. You were very clear and very specific. I am Dr. Venkatesh here, sorry. Let me introduce myself. I am Dr. Venkatesh. I'm a pathologist and working with a private university, and I am the judge for today's presentations for the next today's 3 presentations. Okay. So I've got 2 questions for you. They're just simple and straightforward. The first one is, why did you choose this topic? Ms. Karthika, are you there?
She's here. Yeah.
Okay, so maybe you can just answer them together. I'll just tell my questions. What was the reason you chose this topic? And the second point is you made some conclusions that people with tertiary education, and then you tried to find a reason for it. So did you look at the income? The income of the residents there? Because people living in low-cost flats, there are various reasons why people choose to live there. Some may live there because it is convenient to live, and not that they cannot afford to live elsewhere. Okay, and if you know, I think you know that many of the units, the owners don't live there; they are rented out. And did you look at the foreigners? Did you involve the foreigners in your questionnaire? Thank you.
Karthika and her team, can you answer the question by Prof. Venkatesh? Yes.
We actually did not involve foreigners, and we did not analyze on income as well.
But were the units rented out? He has asked you a question on renting out of the units because not many locals will be staying there. Did you see into those aspects?
Could you repeat your question, Doctor? I couldn't hear.
Okay, sorry. Can you hear me?
Yes, Doctor, I can hear you now.
Okay, so the first question was, why did you choose this topic?
Actually, Doctor, the topic was actually given to us and distributed by our lecturers.
Okay, that is enough. Understood. Okay, thanks. And you have answered my other question that you've not looked at the income, because like I said, there are many reasons why people choose to stay where they stay, isn't it? So when you made your conclusion, or one of the conclusions of your study was that the tertiary educated single people, their quality of life was poor. And then you try to answer by saying that maybe they are not happy or not satisfied, isn't it? So, you know, for the satisfaction, income does play a major part, and especially people who are poor, money plays a major role. So, is there any particular reason why you did not look at income, or was it not designed to look at the income? Don't worry, if you don't have an answer for it, that's okay.
We did not conduct the survey actually. The survey was conducted by our tutors.
Okay, understood. Thank you. And that was a beautiful presentation. Yeah, go ahead.
I also feel like due to the time constraints, we didn't actually have the time to actually do a lot of domains, because we particularly wanted to just focus on the 4 domains which was given to us and based on just a few social demographic factors. And I think that trying to find out the income of the PPR residents would require a longer time frame. So that was one of our limitations also.
Okay, understand. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Prof. Venkatesh, for your question. We have time for one more question. There is a question which is posted here. It says, was any support obtained from WHO local office to aid interpreting the data, as a tool use was from the WHO scale? Any answer for this?
We didn't receive any support from WHO local office.
Right. Understood. Okay. Any other?
Hi, Dr. Mia. I was the one who asked that question. Okay, so hi guys. I'm Dr. Helio. Okay, I'm one of your judges for this particular panel. And I actually asked that because we actually, I'm here in Bahrain, by the way. And I do remember our institution collaborating with our Economic Development Board, one of the offices in the government, and they received support in the use of the WHO. So probably just a follow-up question. Were you able to ask at least the WHO local office for any support? Because there are certain, like particulars involved as well in the interpretation of the WHO QOL.
We did not approach them, but we only used the guidelines given from the existing literature review.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you, Doctor. Thank you for asking the question. We have one more. I think we can take that one as a quick look. There's a question on why are the more educated less satisfied with the PPR resistances? Was it possible co-founding in your study? I mean, something that came to you as a surprise, or what was it like?
Hi, I'm Zayed. I actually the one that gave the about the confounding. Let me introduce myself. My name is Dr. Zayed. I'm the director of the hospital for Pontian Johor, and my question is very simple. What is your how do you actually the question number 2? How do you actually control your confounding in your research? Thank you.
Kartika and her team?
We did not use the multivariate analysis, so we did not include the confounding variables in our study.
Is that the answer from your side, the complete answer? You want to elaborate on that something? I think the doctor is expecting more on that side. Can you just explain him a bit on that? Anything on that? The team, the entire team?
I also feel that the more educated.
Yeah, I think Niranjana can speak, right? Yeah, then Karthik can take over.
I also think that the more educated were actually less satisfied with their PPR resistance, because maybe what we inferred was maybe it's due to the education socioeconomic status mismatch. So because we did infer that better educated PPR residents may actually perceive a huge gap between their current socioeconomic status and their expectations to match the status to their education level. So that's why we inferred that the more educated are actually less satisfied, because they may lead to greater levels of stress and frustration with this socioeconomic mismatch.
Kartika wants to add something?
No, for the second question, the possible confounding, we didn't really analyze, we didn't do the multivariate analysis basically, because we didn't have adequate time, and we were also new to SPSS. So we basically just did what we were told to do. Yeah.
Thank you, Professor, for asking the question. We can now move on to our next presentation. And thank you all team and Ms. Kartika especially for presenting this to us. Our next presentation is by our medical student, Mr. Moyad Abdelgiri Mustafa Gassim. He's also the technical lead for this channel right now, and he will be presenting his findings on the study on mental health during COVID-19 pandemic among the urban poor population in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. I welcome Mr. Moyad to present his findings.
Greetings to the organizers, judges, and all fellow participants of ICON-MEGOPIC 2021. I'm Moyad Al-Gassim along with my colleagues Pavan Vasu and Nicholas Tanvihan. Our presentation is about mental health during the COVID-19 pandemic among the urban poor population of Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. As per the World Health Organization, mental health is a state of well-being in which an individual realizes his or her own ability, can cope with the normal stresses of life, can work productively, and is able to make contribution to his or her own community. Globally, mental health problems have followed an increasing trend. Currently, 1 in every 4 people have experienced some form of mental health problem. This can be seen in Malaysia as well. Mental health issues have tripled from 10.7 in 1996 to 29.2 in 2016, and this trend could have increased even further in light of the recent COVID-19 pandemic. A study compared the psychological outcomes during quarantine with the outcomes found after quarantine showed that during quarantine, 7% of the respondents had anxiety symptoms, whereas after the quarantine, only 3% had anxiety symptoms. This proves that quarantine has a noticeable impact on the prevalence of mental health issues. There is lack of evidence about mental health issues among the urban poor population in Malaysia. Hence, the objectives of our studies were to evaluate the prevalence of depression, anxiety, and stress in the adults living in Project Perumahan Rakyat, Seri Pantai, to measure the association between socio-demographic factors and mental health issues. These socio-demographic factors are gender, age, ethnicity, marital status, education, and current occupational history. Last objective is to identify the predictors of depression, anxiety, and stress. For our methodology, the study design was a cross-sectional questionnaire-based survey. The study was conducted among the residents of Project Perumahan Rakyat, situated in Lembah Pantai, Kuala Lumpur. Lembah Pantai is considered to be a high-density metropolitan area, and Project Perumahan Rakyat have been developed to provide housing to the urban poor population. The sample population was selected from adults of the Project Perumahan Rakyat Seri Pantai. The inclusion criteria were Malaysian citizen and the age between 18 to 60 years old. Exclusion criteria were non-residents of PPR Seri Pantai. An unrestricted, self-selected, web-based sampling method was used. The respondents were interviewed using the Depression, Anxiety, and Stress Scale of 21 items, TAS 21 questionnaire in the Malay language. TAS 21 questionnaire is a clinical assessment used to evaluate the severity of depression, anxiety, and stress. There are 21 questions, 7 questions directed towards depression, anxiety, and stress, respectively. Items were scored on a 4-point scale with responses reflecting the severity levels. 0 equaling did not apply to me at all. 1 applied to me to some degree or some of the time. 2 applied to me to a considerable degree or a good part of the time. 3 applied to me very much for most of the time. For each scale, the individual items were summed up. The total scores were recorded into 5 levels of severity: normal, mild, moderate, severe, and extremely severe. The table shows the scoring system according to the TAS 21 questionnaire. The respondents' socio-demographic information was obtained as well. For data collection, the Google form link was shared through PPR Seri Pantai community chat applications, such as WhatsApp and Telegram, and to enhance the response rate, the community leaders used social media to share the links for the questionnaire. Informed consent was given by the respondents before taking part in the study. The data was coded into Excel database and analyzed using IBM SPSS version 23. Frequencies and percentages were used to describe the categorical variables. The chi-square test was used to assess the association between socio-demographic factors and the presence of mental health issues. Multivariate logistic regression technique was used to analyze the relationship between predictors and mental health issues. Explanatory socio-demographic variables were regressed onto depression, anxiety, and stress, with yes and no as response variables. An odds ratio greater than 1 indicated greater probability of having mental health issues compared to the reference category. 95% confidence interval was used as odds ratio estimate. For ethical consideration, ethical approval was obtained from Taylor's University Research Committee. Informed consent was obtained from the respondents before their participation in the survey. All data from the respondents were treated anonymously, and the respondents had the right to refuse participation in the survey at any point in time. The socio-demographic characteristics of the participants. A total of 171 respondents participated, the majority of which were female, Malay. Most of the respondents were married, had primary or secondary level of education. More than half the respondents were working or studying. Most of the participants were in the 36 to 45 age group, and the mean age of the respondents was 41.2 years old, plus or minus 10.4. For the prevalence of depression, anxiety, and stress, out of the 171 respondents, depression was found in 41.5% of the respondents. Most of them had moderate levels of depression. Those who had severe or extremely severe levels of depression were 15.8% participants. According to the Malaysian National Health Morbidity Survey in 2011, the prevalence of depression in Malaysians is 1.8%. Furthermore, another study done in 2011 in Selangor determined that the prevalence of depression is 10.3. Our study shows that the prevalence is significantly higher than those of the previously mentioned study. More than half of the respondents suffer from anxiety in the PPR Sri Pantai community. Most of them had moderate levels of anxiety. A substantial portion of the respondents had extremely severe levels of anxiety, that being 15.8%. According to the National Healthcare Performance Report in 2016, anxiety prevalence in adult population Malaysia was only 1.7. A study done in 2015 in Selangor determined that the prevalence of anxiety was 8.2%. These figures are relatively low compared to ours, seeing as the total anxiety prevalence in our study was 57.3%. One-third of the community of PPR Sri Pantai suffered from stress, including 10.5% of the participants with moderate levels of stress. According to the Mental Healthcare Performance Report of 2016, the prevalence of stress in Malaysia is 10.1. Another study done in Selangor in 2020 showed that the prevalence is also 10.1. Our study showed that the total prevalence is 30.4, showing that it's triple these previously mentioned studies. For socio-demographic factors associated with depression, the Indian community had the highest levels of depression compared to the Malay Sabahan community. Furthermore, people who were single had a stronger association with depression than married or separated respondents. Participants who have a tertiary level of education had higher rates of depression compared to participants with primary or secondary level of education. There was statistically significant association seen between ethnicity and depression, marital status and depression, and education and depression. For socio-demographic factors associated with anxiety, females had higher levels of anxiety than males. Moreover, participants with tertiary level of education had higher prevalence than those with primary or secondary level. Lastly, 18 to 35 age group had the highest prevalence of anxiety when compared to the 46 to 60 age group. No statistically significant association was seen between socio-demographic factors and anxiety. For socio-demographic factors and stress, a greater number of participants who were single endured stress more than the married participants or the separated or widowed participants. Participants with tertiary level of education had higher prevalence of stress compared to those with primary or secondary level of education. The prevalence of stress in participants who were employed or studying was slightly higher than those who were unemployed, being 30.7 and 30.1 respectively. Participants aged 18 to 35 age group had the highest prevalence of stress when compared to the 36 to 45 and the 46 to 60 age group. Statistically significant association was found between marital status and stress, education and stress, and age groups and stress. Multivariate regression analysis of depression, anxiety, and stress. For depression, only ethnicity and marital status were significant predictors of having depression in the model. Indians were almost 3 times as likely to have depression than the Malay Sabahan ethnic group. Several studies, such as Chia et al. 2019 and Rashid and Tahir 2015, exhibit similar results that Indian people have a higher, are affected more by depression than the other races in Malaysia. Second finding is that single people were more than 4 times as likely to have depression compared to separated or widowed people. This statement is corroborated by several studies conducted in Malaysia, like Chia et al. 2019 and Sadiq et al. 2013. Hence, depression is shown that single people being single is a significant predictor of having depression. Lastly is anxiety. Only gender was a significant predictor of anxiety in the model. Females were more than twice as likely to have anxiety than males. And the findings from the Ministry of Health in Malaysia and the Institute for Public Health in Malaysia have findings that align with ours. Both conclude that female gender is more affected by anxiety than males. For stress, there were no significant predictors of having stress in the model. Comparing mental health status in the adult population of PPR Sri Pantai to prior study done in the same population before the COVID-19 pandemic. It showed that 24.2% of the respondents had depression, while our study showed that 41.5% of the respondents had depression. The study done in 2019 also showed that the prevalence of anxiety was 36.3, while ours shows it's 57.3. Lastly, the prevalence of stress in the study was 20.6, while ours is 30.4. This shows that the prevalence of stress, of depression, anxiety, and stress have increased substantially in this community. This could be due to the presence of COVID-19 pandemic and the restrictions placed by the government to limit the spread of the disease. For our conclusion, this study reports the prevalence and associated factors of depression, anxiety, and stress among adults living in the urban low-income community of Project Perumahan Rakyat Seri Pantai in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. The increase in prevalence of mental health issues as compared to the previous study done to this population may indicate that COVID-19 has had some ill effect on the mental health status of this community. We would like to thank you all for listening to our presentation, and we hope that you have a wonderful day.
Thank you, Moyad, for your very good presentation. The floor is open for a few questions.
Hi, I have one question. Can I ask?
Yes, bro.
The question is, the presenter said about the exclusion criteria were non-resident of PPR Seri Pantai. So I don't get it. What do you mean by the exclusion criteria of that, and why did you exclude this criteria? Thank you.
Yes. Good afternoon. I think our exclusion criteria means that if we find any data that is not aligned with our inclusion and exclusion criteria should be eliminated, whether somehow it gets in, and we will try our best using sampling methods to not have this exclusion criteria. So our study focused specifically on the PPR Seri Pantai community. Ideally, we would focus on all low socioeconomic population, but we can't do that. Our sample size was 171, so we specifically focused on PPR Seri Pantai to talk about their mental health situation during the COVID-19 pandemic. So that's why our exclusion criteria excluded anyone outside of the PPR Seri Pantai. And how we have done this is that, in COVID, it was hard to eliminate people, but the links were specifically shared through the community leaders to the WhatsApps and Telegrams of people within the community. So only someone within the community can receive it, and that's how we ensured our exclusion criteria. I hope that answers your question, Dr.
Thank you.
Yeah, we have one more question coming in. What do you mean by unrestricted self-selected sampling?
I think I'll answer that for the group. Unrestricted, the way we mean it is there is no number limit. So we can have a unlimited number of participants, but as long as it's limited to PPR Seri Pantai community members. And self-selected means that these participants volunteered to be part of the study. Hence, that's why we only have about 171 participants.
Any other question for the panel, for the presenters? Okay, I think we'll move on to our last presentation, students' presentation for the day. Thank you, Moyad and his team, for a very good presentation. Let me call upon our student, Miss Isma Farah Nurlisa from School of Medicine at Taylor's University. She's going to present on teaching kids hand hygiene through e-bug educational program. So can I welcome Farah to present her findings for the day? Thank you.
A very good morning to all the audience. I'm Farah Nulisa. My topic is teaching kids hand hygiene through e-bug educational program. So if you have any question, you can contact me through email or through my phone number. I've provided all my details here. Without further ado, we'll start with the introduction. So what is e-bug? e-bug actually is a free educational resources to learn about microorganisms developed by England. However, its effectiveness in Malaysia is yet to be proven because there are still inadequate studies conducted. My studies is conducted to determine if e-bug is suitable and effective platform for school-going children to increase their knowledge on my particular topic, which is hand hygiene. This is to act as a pilot study toward inclusion of e-book program in curriculum of school-going children in Malaysia and provide them with knowledge about hand hygiene. So the research question is e-book resource pack helpful in increasing children's knowledge on hand hygiene? The main objective of this study is to determine the effectiveness of using e-book resource pack in increasing the PPR, which is Project Perumahan Rakyat, and non-PPR school-going children's knowledge on hand hygiene. So for the literature review, the author is Donna M. Leckie et al. The studies was done in 2010. Key findings for this literature review is the author studied on improvement of children's knowledge on decreasing the spread of infection, unnecessary usage of antibiotics, and basic information about microbes through e-book pack taught by their school teachers by using quizzes, which was required to answer at 3 different times, which is before, immediately after, and 6 months after teaching, in Czech Republic, France, and also England. The result shows improvement in the children's knowledge and no decrease in the knowledge even after 6 months of teaching. So it relates to my study is target group, which is school children, and also the resource pack. Both of our studies are using quizzes. The difference from my study is topic of the e-book program. My study are mainly focused on hand hygiene, while these studies they focus on decreasing spreads of infection, usage of antibiotic, and also informations of microbes, and also regions. My study was done in Malaysia, and this study was done in Czech Republic, France, and also England. Next is Patty Koskova et al., also done in 2010. The author studies on developing an antibiotic and hygiene teaching pack and website with online games for both junior and senior schools, and the result pre and post games. And the result is there are improvement on the student knowledge on the topic post games. Relates to my study is of course again the target group school children, and the differences is the resource pack. My study used quizzes and this study used game, questionnaire, and also region, which conducted in UK. Next is Cleona A.M. McNulty, which was conducted in 2011. Majority of the participants in this study demonstrated that they enjoyed the activity and most of them would use these resources again in the future. And evaluation shows that they are improved in their knowledge significantly after using the resource pack. Relates to this study is the participant, which is students, and translation of resource pack to involve students in different regions. For my study, we translate it from English to Bahasa Malaysia, which is our national language. And the difference from this study is topic in the resource pack and separated school children into different age group. So next is the research method. For research method, this study design is a cross-sectional pilot study, and the study population is PPR Seri Pantai and non-PPR Seri Pantai residents. The sample size is 37. The data was analyzed by using SPSS Statistic Trial version 26. Descriptive is mean standard deviation. Inferential is parametric t-test, and the level of significance is p less than 0.05. Inclusion criteria include participant from 9 to 12 years old, and exclusion criteria is participant less than 9 years old and more than 12 years old. Next, the data was collected through Google Form quiz and videos by using messaging platform, which is WhatsApp. So the link to the Google Form quiz and also video were distributed to the parents of targeted population via WhatsApp from 7th of February to 12th February 2021. The children are required to do the quiz pre and post watching the video that was recreated by me. Knowledge on the hand hygiene was analyzed comparing their points pre and post videos. There is no ethical issue as it is not invasive and questionnaire-based studies. The subjects are anonymous and no personal identification number is required. This is the video link to the video that I mentioned just now. So let us see the videos.
Hai kawan-kawan, nama saya Kiki. Hari ini saya akan mengajar kawan-kawan tentang kebersihan tangan. Tapi sebelum tu, saya ada beberapa soalan. Berapa kalikah kawan-kawan mencuci tangan hari ini? Kenapa kawan-kawan cuci tangan? Apakah akan terjadi sekiranya kita tidak mencuci tangan kita? Kawan-kawan tahu tak, tangan kita ni ada banyak kuman yang tidak boleh dilihat melalui mata kasar. Sebenarnya kita dapat semua kuman-kuman ni daripada persekitaran kita. Tak tahu kan? Kita boleh menjangkiti kawan-kawan kita yang lain dengan kuman-kuman ni melalui sentuhan, bersin, batuk dan sebagainya. Untuk menghapuskan kuman-kuman bahaya ni, kita perlulah mencuci tangan kita dengan sabun. Sebenarnya, tangan kita ni mengeluarkan lapisan minyak secara semula jadi untuk mengekalkan kelembapan dan juga memastikan ia tidak terlalu kering. Tapi, kuman suka membiak dalam lapisan minyak ini. Aktiviti-aktiviti harian seperti membelai haiwan peliharaan, mengangkat barang, bermain, membeli belah, pergi ke tandas dan sebagainya akan menyebabkan kuman-kuman ini melekat di atas tapak tangan kita. Kalau kuman-kuman ini masuk dalam mulut, kita akan jatuh sakit. Membasuh tangan menggunakan air sahaja boleh menghilangkan kotoran yang kita nampak. Tapi, kalau guna sabun, kita boleh membersihkan lapisan minyak yang boleh memerangkap kuman-kuman berbahaya. Tapi, bila kita perlu basuh tangan? Kita perlu basuh tangan sebelum, semasa dan selepas menyiapkan makanan, selepas menggunakan tandas, selepas membelai haiwan peliharaan, selepas batuk, bersin atau menghembus hidung dan bila melawat orang sakit. Jadi kawan-kawan, sekarang Kiki akan mengajar kawan-kawan cara mencuci tangan dengan betul. Jom!
Langkah pertama, basahkan tangan dan gunakan sabun secukupnya. Langkah kedua, gosok kedua-dua belah tapak tangan. Langkah ketiga, gosok permukaan tangan menggunakan tapak tangan. Kedua-dua belah ya, kiri dan kanan. Kemudian, gosok celah jari, kiri dan kanan. Langkah kelima, gosok kuku secara serentak. Langkah keenam, gosok ibu jari kiri dan kanan. Langkah ketujuh, gosok tapak tangan dengan jari. Dengan ini, kita boleh membersihkan kotoran di bawah kuku kita. Langkah ke-8, gosok pergelangan tangan, kiri dan kanan. Seterusnya, bilas dengan air hingga pergelangan tangan. Dengan bersih ya. Akhir sekali, keringkan dengan tuala atau tisu yang bersih.
Ingat ya kawan-kawan, cara membasuh tangan tadi perlu dilakukan selama 20 saat. Bukan semua kuman atas tangan kita kuman yang berbahaya. Ada juga kuman yang baik dan berguna. 90% daripada kuman berbahaya terletak di bawah kuku kita. Amalkan kebersihan tangan supaya kita dapat melindungi diri kita dan juga kawan-kawan yang lain. Jumpa lagi. Bye.
So that was the video that was distributed to the kids. They have to answer the quiz before watching that video, and after they watch the video, they have to answer the same quiz again. So these are the Google Form quiz. On the left side is for PPR resident children and the right side is for non-PPR resident children. So in the questionnaire, I include the consent part and ask them whether they agree to take part in this research or not, and also included whether they answer this questionnaire before watching the video or after watching the video, and also their personal details. So these are the 6 questions on hand hygiene that was translated from the e-book resource pack. And also I translated this thing from English to Bahasa Malaysia, which is Malay. So the results is There are 24 children of PPR Seri Pantai that agreed to take part in this research, and they completed the quiz before and after video interventions. And the mean score before the video was 5.88 with standard deviation of 2.15, and after the video was 7.75 with standard deviation of 1.58. Paired sample t-test was used to analyze the data, and the p-value was less than 0.01, which is less than 0.05. Hence, there is significant difference statistically. So for non-PPR residents, there are 13 students who took part. The mean score before the video was 6.31 with standard deviation of 2.39, and the mean score after was 8.15 with standard deviation of 1.14. The paired sample t-test was done again, and the p-value for non-PPR resident was 0.02, which was less than 0.05, which means there is also significant difference statistically. So these are the results that I just discussed just now in table form. This is also the same. So for conclusion, in this study, the participants have shown significant improvement in their knowledge on topic covered, which is hand hygiene, after being provided with educational videos adapted from eBug website. As a conclusion, this study has shown that eBug is an effective educational resource for school-going children in Malaysia, as it has successfully improved their knowledge on the discussed topic, which is hand hygiene. My study and other previous studies finding suggest that early intervention of eBug at school curriculum play a significant role in preventing the transmission of many illnesses related to hygiene. So for recommendation, further study should be conducted with a larger population sample. As my population sample, there is only 37 students, a more diverse sample, a longer time frame, greater funding, and also further usage of eBug quizzes. So that's all from me. I'm Farah Nulisa. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Farah, for your great presentation. The floor is open for questions.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Dr. Zaid again. I have two questions, if I may. The first question would be, they did mention about PPR and non-PPR study group. Why did they use the cross-sectional? Because I think that it's more likely that they are doing a case control rather than cross-sectional, or in fact, experimental study. Could you, could the group elaborate on this method? And second question is, can they elaborate more on how they validate the data collected on 9-year-old participant? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Prof. Okay,
so
Farah, yeah.
So for your first question is PPR and non-PPR. Firstly, we do for PPR residents only, but then the data is like very, very few because since it's COVID and we do it online. So we try to expand more on our, that is when we try to use other school-going children in Klang Valley. Okay, so for the second question, sorry, can you repeat the second question?
The second question is, could you guys elaborate more on how do you guys validate the data collected via the 9-year-old participant?
Okay, all data, the link to the Google form and also the video was sent to the parents of the school-going children from 9 to 12 years old, because all we got is their parents' contact number. So after that, we sent the first message, and in that first message, we give them the link to the quizzes, so they answer that quiz. So after they answer, they will get back to us, and I will check if their name is there. Then I'll send them the video. So after the send them video and send them the third message, they will answer the same quiz again. And after that, I will check. So that is when I compare their pre-watching video points and post-watching video points. And of course, there are improvements after they watch the video.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Any other question? We have a question here.
Yes, Dr. Maya, may I ask one?
Yes, Prof. Yes, okay.
Hey, Farah, well done. Okay, quite an impressive presentation there. So my question has got to do with the eBug pack, actually. Did you convert exactly what was found in that eBug pack, or were you able to put in your own tweak to at least enhance the testing?
I completely translated 100% from the eBug pack. I did not put anything extra. 100% from the quizzes from the resource pack.
Okay, wonderful. And I guess my follow-up question to that would be, if you were allowed to possibly modify the way the eBug pack was done, what would you include to make your testing more substantial, more robust?
Maybe I could add more question on their understanding, because from my perspective, the question that from the resource pack is quite easy for them to answer. So maybe I can enhance the question for a bit tougher to cater the 11 or 12 years old children.
Right, thank you. Yeah, reason I asked that because from my understanding, the eBug pack was from the UK. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes. So yes. So definitely it was designed for their context. So maybe it would be great for future studies to contextualize this also for Malaysia, if ever. But well done. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Anybody else with the question? We have a question here. Has your group tried to compare your results with studies done abroad, at least in Southeast Asia, about urban poor? Anything on that?
We haven't compared any result with the Southeast Asian country, because our main objective is to see if this eBug program is effective in our country first.
Yeah, there's a slight suggestion I can maybe tell you about. Is water is a resource which we cannot opt to utilize more than what is required. So when you talk about hand hygiene, it may not be in the WHO guideline or something of that sort, but you need to tell all people around you that once you take a soap, you need to close the tap, because you need to conserve water, because water is life, right? So that liberty to utilize more than what is required may not be available in most of the countries around the world. So that should be somewhere which should be highlighted to all people, even now and henceforth, when they are doing hand hygiene. That's from my side.
Thank you, Doctor.
Ms. Farah,
Any other
quick question? This is one of the judges here, Venkatesh. You said that you collected personal information about the kids. I'm sorry, I think I missed it, or I don't know, but you've not mentioned about getting an ethical approval, at least from your university or anywhere, before doing this study. Did you get an ethical approval to do the study?
Yes, but I didn't include in the presentation. The personal details that we got from them is just their name, like they want to put nickname or whatever, because I need to know if they have answered if they have answered the questionnaire both time, which is pre-watching the video or post-watching the video. If without their names, I cannot see if they have did that.
Okay, so this is a continuation of what the other doctor asked before. How do you assure that it is the 9-year-old who has done the quiz and not the parent or his elder sibling or somebody just randomly typing?
Actually, we have this. We got help from this one lady in charge in the PPR residence. They gave us the phone number of the parents and also the age of the kids. So what I can do is I told the parents that make sure the kids to answer that question and without receiving any help. Yeah, that's the only thing I can do.
Okay,
that is our limitation.
Yeah, true. Okay, good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for presentation. This actually finishes the technical talk 5. I would like to thank the channel lead, Dr. Benjamin, our student lead who has been doing great on technology, Mr. Moyad and his team. I was told that I need to introduce the judges later on. So now I can see something is our judges were Prof. Venkatesh and Dr. Valio, Leonardo Jr., who have judged you for your presentations, the student one. I would also like to thank Mr. Andrew for giving an excellent talk, the lead presentation for this topic on health economics. So we can now proceed to the next session. I would like to hand this session to Dr. Benjamin to take from here. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mia, for conducting the technical. And thank you, Mr. Andre Moser, for your leading speech. And I also would like to thank the student presenters, Kartika, Moyad, and Farah, for their efforts in doing this study and also to present it here. And my special thanks to the judges, Associate Professor Dr. Venkatesh and Mr. Rogelio Lavado Jr. From Bahrain Polytechnic. Thank you for your inputs on the student presentations. So now let's move on to the next event, which is technical session 10, which will focus on non-communicable diseases. I take great pleasure in inviting my senior colleague, Associate session. So the technical session 10 and expert perspectives will be chaired by Associate Professor Nyamdev Putani. I'm also happy to invite Dr. Azima Binti Ahmed from UPNM for the lead speech for this session. And I would also like to invite the judges for this session, which would be Associate Professor Girish Prabhu and also Associate Professor Nyandev Putani. So with this, let me hand over to Prof. Dev to conduct the session.
Okay, good afternoon. First of all, let me thank the organizing committee of the first International MEGOPIC 2021. So the faculty of Taylor's University and the faculty of National Defense University, Malaysia, for the contribution, and all the participants and the logistic team involved in the organization. My thank you for all of you. So first, let me start the session with the first presenter. That is, I thank Dr. Amir for conducting a very good session before this, and the team for supporting. So without much say, we shall go to our main speaker. And our main speaker of this session would be Dr. Azima Binti Ahmed. And I invite her. I invite all ladies and gentlemen. Regarding Dr. Azima, she is a senior lecturer at Faculty of Medicine and Defense Health, National Defense University of Malaysia. She obtained a degree in dietetics from UKM, University of Bangsa, Malaysia, and Masters in Sports Science from UITM, and Doctor of Philosophy in Sports Coaching from UPSI. Previously, she was a sports dietitian at National Sports Institute. Her research area is mainly about recovery method and choices, promoting healthy eating habits and physical activity. So with very short and very comprehensive and very knowledgeable and highly educated CV, I welcome Dr. Azima to give a presentation. Thank you, Dr. Benjamin, for introduction and details. Yeah.
Assalamualaikum and good day everyone. My name is Azman binti Ahmad. So today I'm going to share my topic on quarantine during pandemic, food intake and lifestyle changes. So during my session, I'm going to share what are the how our food intake, our eating habit influence during the quarantine, during the movement restriction, and our lifestyle mainly focus on physical activity during the pandemic COVID-19. This is the outline for my presentation. We are going to just briefly the chronology of pandemic COVID-19, food intake and health, physical activity and health, and movement restriction and the effect for food intake and physical activity. Generally, this is the chronology of COVID-19, whereby first case detected at the late of 2019 at China, Wuhan, China. And then in Malaysia, we detected on January. Then after that, on March 11, WHO declared COVID-19 as a pandemic. And after that, our ministry had declared movement restriction order for our people so that in order to control the spread out of this virus, coronavirus COVID-19. Food intake and health. What are the important regarding our food intake, our dietary pattern that contribute to health? Because with proper nutrient intake, we could prevent ourselves from malnutrition. And then as a result, as well, we could prevent ourselves from non-communicable disease, which is, as we know, most of non-communicable disease is related to unhealthy eating diet, such as obesity, diabetes, hypertension. So all of these disease related to how the way we consume our food, the food choices that we choose resulted in these diseases. As well as when we eat in a proper way, we could achieve healthy body weight that could contribute for better lifelong health benefits as well as to improve our quality of life. Regarding physical activity and health, WHO had declared that any bodily movement produced by skeletal muscle that require energy expenditure is considered physical activity. So even though we are movement restriction, we cannot go out to go for jogging, we cannot go to the gym, but as long you move your body, you move your muscle, it's considered a physical activity. So actually it's up to you how you want to schedule your time at home so that you can maintain your physical activity. Why physical activity is so important? Because regular exercise and physical activity could improve physical fitness and help reduce the incidence of various chronic diseases and physical disabilities. And a lot of researchers also had found out physical activity could reduce the symptoms of depression and anxiety as well. Here I share the current opinion on the challenge of maintaining metabolic health during a global pandemic. So these writers comment that because of pandemic and movement restriction, the reduction in daily expenditure, uncompensated energy intake, auto sleep, and decrease in level of voluntary physical activity could be happen. And such behavior patterns are likely to exacerbate the present public health crisis created by low levels of voluntary physical activity and the subsequent consequences for cardiometabolic health. But all these problems actually could be minimized by implementing graded lifestyle strategies to reduce sitting time, encourage structured physical activity, and maintain good dietary practice. So actually it's up to us whether how we want to manage our daily activities, how we want to make sure we do physical activity, and how what type of food that we choose so that we could achieve better dietary practice as well as physical activity. This paper, the researcher done internationally, worldwide. So they managed to get 1,047 participants that came from North Africa, Western Asia, Europe, and other countries as well. So they want to compare before confinement, before restriction order, and during pandemic. So as a result, most of the participants reported that 28% of them increased total sitting time during the pandemic, and increased sedentary behavior such as sitting, lying down, and consumption of unhealthy food, frequency of snacking, and higher number of main meals also increased. It's maybe because we have more time at home and we have more leisure time. Because of that, we tend to consume more food, we tend to increase snacking time compare before. What is interestingly for this study, they found out binge alcohol drinking had decreased during the pandemic. So this is a good sign, even though this is not very big percentage report on that, but the habit is in a positive way. This study had done among Malaysian people. They want to see how among older adults, is it a poor nutrient intakes and food insecurity could influence the psychological distress among the older adult community. Because usually in Malaysia, older adult, the food usually be prepared by the children. So and then some of them get their food by their own, and because of this movement restriction, and older population is in a high risk population, so they are restricted from to go anywhere to get their food and everything. So from this study, it shows that most of the participants have a revealed food insecurity, and they consume low protein and low fiber as well. And because of this food insecurity, they associate with psychological distress after adjusting. They found that the insecurity and insufficiency of protein and fiber intakes had influenced the psychological distress during the COVID-19 pandemic. This study had been done among Italian, where they managed to get 3,533 participants. From the study, it shows that nearly 50% of the participants have perception of weight gain due to increased hunger feeling and appetite, because you tend to have more time at home, not too busy, so they always seek for food. Adherence to Mediterranean diet, it shows an increasing number. So for them, Mediterranean diet is a good diet practice to control, to avoid from the NCDs. Because why? Mediterranean diet consists high fiber food and good source of fat, right? And interestingly, 3.3% reported that they quit smoking during the pandemic. This is a very good sign. And 15% of them reported that they start to purchase fruits and vegetables organically, and most of this response come from the group with lower BMI. So it means that this group of people who take care of their body weight, so they choose the better food for during the pandemic. And most of the participants also reported that they increased physical activity slightly regarding bodyweight training. Why bodyweight training? Because bodyweight training, you don't need a very big space. You can do it within your home compound. So this is a good sign. At least you have an opportunity to do a physical activity, even though in the restricted you are being restrict movement. Another study done among Chilean population, so they want to see positive and negative changes in food habit and physical activity pattern. So from the total participant, it reported that increased body weight due to association of fried food consumption, low fluid intake, and sedentary lifestyle. And physical activity, it shows that they reduce their physical activity. And interestingly, from this research, they introduce they call it active breaks. Active breaks, it means that even though you are having sedentary lifestyle, sitting at home, just sitting, lying, but you should have an active break, meaning that after a while you should wake up and walk and do some physical activity before you sit back. So at least you have this active break, which is could promote more physical activity and be more active even though you are at home. This one is a very big study which they did it among French people. So they managed to get 30,252 respondents. So from the respondent, 33% reported that they decreased their food intake compared to 23% increased their food intake. For physical activity, most of them, half from the participants reported that the physical activity had decreased and resulted in the body weight which is increased and remain as well. So this result show that the lockdown, the movement restriction lead to substantial part of the population to unhealthy nutritional behavior that if maintained in long term may increase the nutrition related burden disease. But the lockdown also create an opportunity actually for those who are really want to take care of their health to increase their physical activity, because actually you have more time at home, you can schedule your activity so that you can engage with physical activity. What about student? Because we know that during pandemic, because of the lockdown, the teaching and learning activity had been changed into online mode. So Australian, they did this study among Australian university students. They compared between batches that before the pandemic and during the pandemic. So from there, they get the response 20% greater among female during pandemic, increased snacking and energy dense food choices. The total energy intake had increased among the respondent because they have the teaching and learning process only done by online. So usually you sit at home, you tend to increase your snacking time, and the food choices you tend to choose high dense food. Physical activity, 30% less students achieve minimal physical activity that be recommended by WHO. So with this, from this study, it conclude that the movement restriction order do increase the total food intake and reduce physical activity. What about in the psychological aspect? So researcher had done a study physical activity to see the depression, anxiety and mood status. So I shared two papers over here. One paper, they done a study among Arabic countries. They found that physical activity practitioners, if they are afraid of COVID-19, have a lower general distress score than those who do not practice physical activity. So as conclusion, physical activity appears to be an effective means of maintaining a good health status and even improving or enhancing mental and physical health during the COVID-19 outbreak. Another study, they want to see how the physical activity affect their mood status. So those who are really exercise tend to increase the frequency of exercise. For who are frequently exercise before lockdown tend to maintain it. So as a result, they compare for those who are doing physical activity and mood status, mood score. They found out who are exercise almost every day, their mood is very good. For those who are slightly increased or just start exercise during the pandemic, there's no change in their mood status. But for those who are reduced or no exercise during pandemic, the mood score is very low. So it shows that physical activity do affect our mood status, our psychological stability. So we have to keep active so that we can have positive mind to face this pandemic COVID-19. So at the end, actually it all is on our hand. For food intake, actually for those who are very positive, this is opportunity to us for practice home cooking. Compare before, we are so busy with office work and everything. During the pandemic, because all of us have to work from home, actually we can schedule our time and we can better prepare the food for our family members. And we able to choose better food sources such as good nutrient food. So it's all in our hands actually. Compare before, usually when we are so busy, we tend to choose high net energy dense food because we are usually grab and go. So usually we didn't manage to get healthy food choices. For physical activity, actually we can do home exercise. As you can know, you know that there is a lot of exercise you can do at home. There's a lot of video at YouTube. You can download, you can follow the exercise routine within your home compound. All right, so it's just that you need to schedule your time. It's just up to you whether you want to do it, whether you want to engage with the physical activity, being active, or you just want to be lazy. All right, so at the end is our health status is our hand. With positive mind, we can choose what we want to be, how we want to make our life during the pandemic, during the movement restriction. As long we can schedule, we can plan ourselves because we have more time sit together with family. So we should enjoy, try new food, get nutritious food, and of course should stay positive for better health. All right, so with that, thank you very much for your attention. I hope that all of us stay positive, stay strong to fight this COVID-19 pandemic because we're still in the battle war. So best of luck to everybody. With that, thank you.
Thank you, Azima. Thank you, very informative and very nice talk. We have a small break now. We have to hear the announcement from the organization regarding the raffle. So meanwhile, you please note the questions. You just go through this QR code and you can put the questions there. Benjamin, Dr. Sapna is going to say something. Okay.
Yes, Professor. Dr. Joanne will speak to us, and she will also have to share screen. So if you have a question, please scan the QR code and she will share screen. And
hi, good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Sorry for interrupting.
Good afternoon, Joanne. Good afternoon.
This is a nice breaking activity, also a raffle. All right, Dr. Sapna. So can you help us pick the winner? Or maybe pick a volunteer from our participant in the room.
I was so happy you asked me to pick a winner. So the winner is not there. I get the prize, but you and then
I think we have a lot of participants.
Oh, yeah, we have
logo participant in this room now. They're just sending me messages. All right, so can you just turn on your video if you would want to volunteer?
Yeah, no, I think can take a lot of participants are there, can pick up from them. Many students, they're very happy to join.
Yeah, sure. But they should turn on the videos and come forward and say, hey, I want to volunteer.
Yeah, you will help us to pick one from the registration
ladies
list.
and gentlemen, please put on your video on. The organizing committee wants to see your faces, smiling, cheerful faces.
Oh, hi, Dr. John.
Me.
Wow, from Bahrain, Dr. John. All right, so if no one, any volunteer?
I'll volunteer. I want the prize.
All right, Dr. John. All right, we have one from Bahrain. All right, Dr. John, can you please help us to pick one from the list? Oh, I mean, just choose one number from 1 to 813.
From 1 until 813. Okay, here we go.
Yes.
I'm going to go with 101.
101. All right, so Let me share my screen.
You want one more volunteer?
Satu lagi saja. All right. Okay. I'll share my screen now. 101. Is that correct, Dr. John?
Yep. 101. I hope it's my name.
101. All right. It is Ashwini Kendalwell from India who actually joined the logo competition. Is Ashwini here? If no one is here, that means
Ashwini is not here in this channel, Dr. Joanne.
All right, then that means congratulations, Dr. John, Dr. Rogelio Levardo from Bahrain. You got a prize. All right, but we cannot send you the products, the Unilever products, right? So we have to convert it to cash, right? So can we have anyone from the floor to convert it to cash? Anyone who would like to buy Unilever products from our organizing committee?
Dr. Joanne, is that according to the current exchange rate?
Let's see later. Let's see later. So anyone from our organizing committee who would like to convert it to cash? Otherwise, I will have a headache to send it to you, Dr. John. All right, then I can convert it to cash. All right, so Dr. John, we will be sending you the conversion will be $25. So we'll just keep in touch with you and then we'll send it to you. Can you please turn on your video, please? And then we'll have a photo. Please turn on your video, Dr. John. Where's Dr. John? He's lost.
Already ran away with the prizes.
All right, it's okay. We can have a photo later. It's not here, huh?
I think he
got problem maybe. Oh, there. Maybe just entered. Hi, Dr. John. Can you turn on your video? We'll just have a photo. All right.
Sorry,
okay.
got kicked.
I did not kick you out, huh? All right. Say MEGOPIC.
MEGOPIC.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, guys. All right. Bye. See you later at 5 for the awarding.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Everyone. Thanks, Dr.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. I open the floor for questions. And any questions, Benjamin? Any questions? No?
There's no questions yet.
Okay. So I start the ball rolling. We have 10 minutes now. I would like to ask Azima. You mentioned very rightly that the period of COVID-19 pandemic is a situation that's very challenging, both mentally as well as physically, and we are prone to reduce our exercise, physical activity, keep ourselves fit. We tend to start eating more, snacking more. We tend to eat unhealthy food. And multiple studies have shown that if you can try to increase the physical activity, you reduce your depression or anxiety. You improve your mood to a sense of euphoria or sense of comfort or sense of normal mood. All that I totally agree with you. Having said that, you also mentioned about a good diet is very important. Can I ask you if your team have developed any formula or a diet in this period of COVID-19 which should be suitable, having a proportion of different components of food, the protein, the carbohydrate, the fat, the various nutrients, and the trace elements. Have you worked on it, or did you think in these terms, or do you have anything already done on those lines?
Okay, thank you, Prof, for the question.
Yeah, thank you.
Basically, actually, there is no specific guideline yet that we come out for this during movement restriction. But otherwise, for the nutritionist and dietitian, we always come out with the recommendation. Whenever you reduce your total physical activity, you're reducing your total energy expenditure, yet you have to reduce your total intake so that you have to maintain your body weight. The food intake, the energy intake and energy expenditure should be equal so that you can remain your body weight. That is a rule of thumb. But for those with a specific disease like non-communicable disease, usually they met with dietitian in the hospital or nutritionist in the pusat kesihatan, something else. So basically, usually this group of nutritionist and dietitian will come out with the specific diet intake. We can call it like a menu plan. But generally, usually from our association, society, the Nutrition and Dietetic Association, we do come up with the guideline. What you can, what is the best food you should consume whenever you start to reduce your physical activity. Because the rule of thumb, as long you keep your food intake equal to your physical, your energy expenditure, then you will manage to maintain your body weight. Because when you start to increase your body weight, actually the anxiety, the depression will increase the percentage to get it as well, because the fat content inside your body will have some effect to your body hormones and everything actually. So that's why we encourage people to choose a nutritious food, choose a better food during this pandemic, because of course, even though you try to maintain your physical activity, you try to exercise, it will not be same with what you like before, because while we are walking to the office, we are traveling, so we do expend some of our energy expenditure. But yet now we work from home, even though we try to do exercise, still we did not yet meet the same amount of energy expenditure like before.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Azima, for the answer. I have a question here in this. Is there any data from Malaysia to show that cardiovascular diseases have increased during this pandemic? Is there any data?
Okay. Thank you for the question. All right. Unfortunately, there is no yet the result being published. I'm sure our friends in Ministry of Health had done something with all this data, but not yet published. With the I shared just now, it's just that the researcher from overseas also, they are predicted the CVD diseases will increase as our physical activity reduce and our dietary regime had changed. That's why we are predicted this disease will increase as well, because we know that non-communicable disease is all from food actually. So that's why that's how we predict this percentage. Yes, I hope I answered that question.
Yeah. Okay. So any other question from the podium? Any other question? What about this role of vitamin D? Vitamin D, because most of them are staying at home, they're not exposed to sunlight, they do not create enough vitamin D. So how is that you are suggesting the population?
B or D, Prof? Sorry, boy or Denmark? Belgium or Denmark?
Oh, what do you mean by
vitamin
boy?
D?
Oh, okay. Vitamin D?
B, is it Belgium, is it?
No. Vitamin D. D for
okay.
Denmark.
Why the Australian people so concerned about vitamin D? Because they are 4 seasons. They are not getting the sunscreen
Sunlight
throughout the year. So we are Malaysian. We are very lucky that we can get the what we call
exposure to sunlight.
Exposure to sunlight. So we get the natural vitamin D. So we don't have to take the.
But that is during the normal period of time. Now during COVID-19 pandemic, how is that we are facing?
Oh, because
do you have
this is
to supplement our vitamin D, or is it okay?
As a vitamin D, the role is for antioxidant. So it helps to strengthen our body cells, so that it could fight the virus. Is that
you suggest supplement in a normal period like this in COVID-19, or you say it's okay?
Yes, some of the vitamin. If you read the research paper, they do suggest for higher vitamin C intake, because due to we know that COVID-19 related to upper respiratory tract disease. So usually the vitamin C will work for it. So we suggest for a higher intake. But for me as a dietitian, I will suggest go for food first. So you have a lot of vitamin C sources, of course. But of course, some of us cannot maintain, cannot achieve the recommendation, the requirement. So that's why we could take the vitamin C supplement as well.
Supplement as well, okay. So do you have any other questions, Benjamin? No questions, huh?
No other question.
No other question. Can we move to the next topic?
Thank you, Prof.
Okay, thank you, Azima. Thank you very much. And it was a very nice, informative talk. We definitely take home the message that we have to have physical activity, and we have to reduce diet, and we should take a good diet. We don't have a Mediterranean diet. We hope we are going to formulate a Malaysian diet very soon, and you're going to be part of the system, and you're going to get some nice research paper, a grant for doing that study, for creating a nice Malaysian formula for a local tasty, a local population to appreciate. Thank you very much.
Agree, Prof. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now we should go to the next presenter. We'll move on to the fourth oral presenter for this afternoon. I would like to welcome Mr. Dinesh Maheshwaran, an undergraduate student from School of Medicine, National Defense University, Malaysia, to tell us about this pilot study on knowledge, attitude, and practice of dengue infection among residents in Taman Subang, SS3, Petaling Jaya. I welcome Dinesh to do his presentation.
Very good day, ladies and gentlemen. I am Dinesh, and today I'll be presenting a research that was conducted by my group entitled A Pilot Study of Knowledge, Attitude and Practice on Dengue Infection Prevention among residents in Taman SS3 Petaling Jaya. As an introduction, in Malaysia, the incidence of dengue has been rising dramatically over the past few decades, where the total number of dengue cases in Malaysia for 2019 was 130,101 cases, beating the previous highest number of cases, which was 120,836 cases, which was reported in the year 2015. The rationale behind this study done was because this area has been labeled as the hotspot for the uprising dengue cases, which recorded 46 cases in 64 days. Initially, the first case was marked on the 4th of June 2019, and a total of 44 cases have been recorded until 23rd of July 2019, with a time frame of 50 days. Although the study was conducted on the 3rd and 4th August 2019, one new case individually has been detected one day before and after the study was done. So the objective of our research is to describe the level of knowledge, attitude and practice towards dengue infection among residents in Taman Subang SS3 Petaling Jaya. So coming to the methodology, so the sample size calculation using the survey system with the confidence level of 95% and confidence interval of 10 on 400 household heads gave a sample size of 78. And in our study, 81 samples were collected, and this cross-sectional study was conducted from the 3rd to 4th of August 2019 using systemic sampling, whereby a questionnaire was designed based on prior studies, whereby a focus group discussion with the parasitologist and group members were conducted to determine the questions to be included and was uploaded into the Google form. The Cronbach alpha for reliability was 0.7, and the data analysis was derived from SPSS software version 20. And the next few slides, we will show on the results that we obtained during our research. So as you can see in this table, a total of 81 residents participated and were included in the study. The distribution of respondents based on their socio-demographic characteristics is shown in table 1, and the majority of the respondents were from the age of 39 to 58 years old, which was 35.8%, and the least recorded age was 79 years old and above, which is 1.2%. This is due to the method that we used for the recruitment. The questionnaires by Google form, which was limited only for respondents above 18 years old. The mean deviation value of respondents' age was 48.8 plus or minus 17.2. Most of the respondents were male, being 54.3% of the total respondents. Moreover, Malays were the highest recorded ethnicity among the participants, 61.7%, and the least ethnicity were Indians, which was 16%. This was because the area that we did the survey, which is Petaling Jaya, commonly called as PJ by locals, is a major Malaysian city originally developed, and Petaling Jaya is majorly populated by Malay race. And furthermore, the most recorded highest educational level was tertiary with 70.4%, which portrayed the age group, and no one had primary level as their latest educational background. So it also shows that the respondents mostly are highly educated. Besides, unemployed respondents ranked the highest too, which is 34 or 42%. So, the proportions of respondents' knowledge towards dengue infection about symptoms, method to control, and mode of transmission of dengue are shown in Figure 1, Figure 2, and Figure 3. The symptoms of dengue fever, which the residents recognized, were fever and muscle or joint pain, with 97.5% and 88.8% respectively. The symptoms that they did not recognize were pain in the back of the eyes or retroorbital pain, which is 34.6%, and nose or skin or gum bleeding, which is 23.1%. Furthermore, most of the residents agreed that avoid being outdoor during dawn and dusk was an effective method to control dengue, which resulted to 95.1% sharing similar trend as draining the stagnant water, which was 93.8%. They disagreed that using mosquito nets and taking medicine can control the dengue infection with a value of 64.2% because it is the methods for malaria infection instead for dengue. But some of them do not recognize that taking medicine cannot control dengue, which is 13.6%. Most of the participants, which comprises of 95.1%, aware that the mosquito bite was one of the modes of transmission of dengue. And almost half of them know that dengue cannot be transmitted by blood transfusion. However, some of the respondents did not know whether blood transfusion was one of the modes of transmission of dengue or not, which comprises of 34.6%. It is shown that majority of them are knowledgeable on dengue infection that includes the symptoms, the methods to control dengue, and the mode of transmission of dengue. As shown in figure 4, on proportion of respondents' attitude towards dengue infections, most of the residents agreed that dengue was a dangerous disease with a response of 95.65%. Meanwhile, most of them disagreed with the statement that they have a high risk on getting dengue. Majority of our respondents agreed that dengue is a dangerous disease due to certain reasons, because there was a spike of the number of cases of dengue among their neighborhood and warded for average of a week. There were 18.15% residents who strongly disagreed that they do not have the risk to get dengue. It could be due to lack of knowledge about dengue prevention, and they had an assumption that by just locking the door during evenings and turning on the air conditioners were enough to prevent mosquito breeding areas. Next, regarding the practice towards dengue infection, most of the residents, which are 96.3%, were taking preventive actions such as always dealing with stagnant water around their house, especially places which are possible for mosquito breeding, as shown in figure 5. The most least preventive ways that was used by the respondents were by using mosquito nets, which were 11.1%. This suggests that most of the respondents were given adequate and clear instructions from the authorities about how to prevent dengue infection. One of the methods were by clearing the mosquito breeding places, which consists of stagnant water. Somehow, most of the respondents did not use mosquito nets because their houses were mostly equipped with air conditioners. As a conclusion, overall, the communities in Taman Subang SS3 Petaling Jaya have a good knowledge and attitude towards dengue prevention, but the practices need to be improved with adequate educational activities. Maybe the communities are used to responsive methods since they were only informed when dengue cases occurred. In addition, there are possibilities that some residents do perform good practices but became demotivated as their efforts were not appreciated within their community. For that reason, it is important to increase awareness and good attitudes to have subsequent good practices. Knowledge and attitudes are much easier to improve compared to attitudes. In this situation, more personal and practical approaches are needed in health educational programs to facilitate changes in health behaviors. These recommendations are common in many studies since the early 1990s. Continuous health promotions are also needed in this community in order to completely combat this dangerous infection. In a nutshell, the population generally should keep an adage that time and tide wait for no man. We are supposed to strike the iron when it's still hot so that further fatal condition and even death can be prevented. Thank you very much.
Okay, we open the floor for questions. So we have 10 minutes now. We request the audience to scan the barcode and put your questions. Meanwhile, before you put the questions, I'll try to ask the question to the presenter. Was any similar study was done in Malaysia regarding the knowledge and attitude of dengue? Because it's quite a endemic disease, been there for quite some time. I'm sure the study would have been done in other centers like Johor Bahru or Kelantan or any part of Pahang where the incidence is very high, hotspots are many. So do you have any information? Because I didn't see any literature review in the presentation. Dinesh?
Yes, sir.
Was any study done previously, similar study done previously in other parts of Malaysia? The team can answer. Anybody in the team can answer. No. Okay, no knowledge? No idea? Dinesh, can you hear me with the question?
Doctor, can you please repeat that?
Okay. Why there's background disturbance? Okay. Was any similar study done in other parts of Malaysia? That's my question. Regarding the knowledge, attitude, and the practice about dengue. Yeah?
Prof?
Any other member can answer, no problem. Other member can answer. I see some audio disturbance. Mahesh.
Hello?
Dinesh Mahesh.
Hello, Prof?
Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead.
There are studies all over Malaysia, but I'm not sure from which state. But there are similar studies conducted in different states in Malaysia.
Okay, thank you. Second question is, you have prepared a questionnaire to get the information about their education status, about their, all the questions that we put regarding blood transfusion, medication, and type of treatment, what are the symptoms that you develop, all the questions that I put, very nice. But has it been validated? What type of language do you use? Do you use Malayu or English? What language was used in the questionnaire?
Doctor, can't hear you, Doctor.
What questions were used? What is the language of the questionnaire? Was it in English or in Malay?
We use both languages, Prof. We used Bahasa Malaysia and also in English.
Okay. Were the questions validated? Because the Bahasa Malaysia, if you put the wordings, the way the question is put, it should be validated. Were the questions validated by the committee, ethical committee? Can you hear me, Dinesh?
Yes, Prof, I can hear you.
Validation means the questions are right and the general population of Malay can understand this question. So that is the validation by the Bahasa department of Bahasa. They will try to validate. So was it validated?
Yes, Prof. The questionnaire was validated by our lecturers.
Oh, the lecturers joined in to prepare the questionnaire, but validation, what validation? Okay, you can just ask them. I see one question here. Are you able to hear me, Dinesh?
Yes, Prof.
Has the COVID-19 pandemic affected the focus on other infectious diseases?
It does not. 1 minute, Doctor. It has affected, Doctor, because now the current trend is more focused on COVID-19 pandemic. So the other infectious diseases are not given equal importance.
What are those diseases that you commonly see?
Doctor, sorry?
What are the common diseases that you see, infectious diseases that you see?
In Malaysia or?
In Malaysia only. We're talking only in Malaysia. Dengue. The care that was given for dengue last time, you don't see the same response in the sense the urgency, the immediate attention, the details is not same. That's why the gentleman who was asked the question is asking, has the focus been reduced on other infectious disease? He's trying to focus more on dengue, maybe other infections like malaria or gastroenteritis or pneumonia or any nosocomial infections, or hospital that is community acquired infections. Yeah, so there is a impact, right?
Yes.
There is impact on other infection disease, right?
Yes.
Any other questions from the audience? Ladies and gentlemen, can you put some questions? Okay, what is your take-home message from this study, Dinesh? What did you learn from this study? How are we going to apply this knowledge? How are we going to apply this knowledge?
From this study, I've learned that the knowledge and attitude is still efficient, and still the community, they still have the knowledge and attitude, but the practice is still lacking among the community. So the community should be having effective and other methods to overcome this infectious disease symptom. So that's why I learned that the practices of how to prevent this infection should be more must be given more importance in this country.
Okay, now I tell you, you have taken a sample only from a portion of the country, right? What is the area you have taken?
Petaling Jaya, Dr.
You are taken from Petaling Jaya. The information from Petaling Jaya doesn't apply to Gomusang, doesn't apply to Johor Bahru, maybe one of the small town in Johor Bahru, may not apply to Kampung, isn't it?
Yes.
Does it apply? So the information that you get here is those who are having tertiary education, those who are having education level, higher level of education, maybe secondary level or tertiary level, they have information about the knowledge and attitude of dengue fever, but it may not be true in the general population. So we may have to increase the awareness about dengue in the general population by different methods that you have learned, or you'll be learning more about it in your community medicine. So what you learned is knowledge and attitude about a particular infection is important. Some have, some do not have. The study what I did showed they had because of the higher education level. Okay. Okay, the next question is, can you tell me, is the distribution of the community is equal? Because you see only Malay community is major there. Huh? So you see it not apply to a community where the Indians are more, a community where the Chinese are more. So we may have to do studies at different areas to have a uniformity of idea. Okay.
Sorry, doctor, I could not get your question.
No, it's not a question. It is a comment that I gave it to you, because the information that you get from study is from only from one area. You cannot apply that knowledge to a broad information. You cannot take that message for the whole country. From that area, from Petaling Jaya that you have taken sample, shows people are aware of dengue. That's all. But it doesn't apply to the wider population of the country. Is that clear?
Yes, prof.
Okay, thank you. So if there is no question, then we'll move to the next presenter. If there's no question, we'll move to the next presenter. Our next presenter would be thank you, Dinesh, for your good presentation. Now we'll go to the next presenter.
Thank you, Prof.
Mr. Dinesh Dhanabalan and Mohammad Fikri and the team. A medical student from School of Medicine, Taylor's University, and to tell us about the study on quality of life among residents of PPR, Seri Pantai, Malaysia. So without much ado, I invite Dinesh and Fikri to do the presentation.
Hello everyone, I am Dinesh Gill, and we have done a research on quality of life among residents of PPR Sri Pantai. Before we continue, let me introduce you three of my teammates.
Good morning, my name is Mohammad Fikri.
Hi, I'm Feng Kai.
Without further ado, let us now look into our presentation. My name is Dinesh Dhawan and I'll be bringing you through the presentation today. So we did a research on quality of life among residents of PPR Sri Lanka. The contents of today's presentation are introduction, literature review, methodology, results, conclusions, and recommendations. When we ask ourselves what is quality of life, it is certainly hard to answer. However, the WHO, the World Health Organization, has defined quality of life as an individual's perception of their position in life in the context of the culture and the value systems in which they live in, and in relation to their goals, expectations, standards, and concerns. The concept of quality of life on its own is a subjective concept as it depends on an individual's perception on their life, and it is also complex as it involves physical and mental health, beliefs, social interaction, and the environment they live in. It is certainly important to measure quality of life as this can be seen from two perspectives. From the healthcare perspective, it is crucial for healthcare workers to know and have different approaches to improve one's well-being, which is directly related to the quality of life. From the national perspective, quality of life and well-being of citizens is considered as one of the benchmarks to achieve a status of developed country. Moving on to the rationale of this project, previous studies has only focused on few variables affecting quality of life or related to specific diseases only. And the previous studies did include low-income population, but not particularly on the PPR residents. And there were also usage of different questionnaires by other studies. The main objective of this study was to determine the quality of life amongst PPR Sri Pantai residents and the factors associated with it. Let us now continue with literature review. There were many literatures that we read through, however, we have only listed several important ones as we feel they are crucial, and due to time constraint, we would only discuss this many. The first literature is by Wan Pote et al. From the year 2019, which concluded that a population's quality of life is determined by the chronic presence of chronic illnesses. And this study relates to us as it involves social demographic factors associated with quality of life, low income population, physical health, and involves the physical health domain. However, it is different as it's a semi-guided questionnaire, and the questionnaire itself is a different questionnaire where they have used the EQ5D questionnaire, and it included, it targeted the low income population, but the low income population with disabilities and the Orang Asli community or the Aborigines. And the next is by Anli Lang et al. From the year 2018, where family caregivers perceived that their quality of life was poor. And this study relates to our study as it involves the quality of life and mental health. And the difference is that the target population is caregiver of the patient. The next study is by Idris et al. From the year 2016, where they found that higher quality of life was found in Langkawi as compared to Johor, which could be attributed by lower pollution levels in Langkawi, and there's a significant positive correlation between income and quality of life. The main key point here is the environment, as Langkawi and Johor are communities that are staying by the river banks, and it is found that Langkawi had lower pollutions compared to Johor. So it means the environmental factor is important in quality of life. So this study relates to our study as it involves the environment domain and quality of life. However, it's different as it involves rural areas in which low-income group people are. However, our study focuses on urban poor population. The next is by Falata et al. From the year 2015, where the study reported that patients needed social support from the family. Here we can see the association with our study as it involves the family to quality of life and social supports and relationships. However, it is different as the target population was patients with rheumatoid arthritis. The next study is by Cool et al. From the year 2013, where patients who had low levels of education revealed high levels of loneliness. In turn, their quality of life was compromised and they had poor insight of their condition. So this study is relates to our study as it involves education and quality of life. And how it is different as this study was done in the urban rich families. And the last one for today is by Christian Abranes from the year 2017, where it has been reported that most patients with chronic illnesses showed better quality of life compared to those with depressive mental health disorders. So this study relates to our study as it involves the quality of life and mental health. However, it's different as it involves two different primary care settings, as ours is about urban poor population. Moving on to the methodology, this is a cross-sectional study studying the P40 population living in PPR Sri Pantai, Kuala Lumpur, and we have used the online questionnaire of WHO QOL BREF, which has the validated Bahasa Malaysia version, and we had 107 respondents. We used the IBM SPSS version 26 for the data analysis, and where qualitative variables were described as frequencies and percentages, quantitative variables were described as means and standard deviations, and the association between domains of quality of life were tested using correlation analysis, and the association between quality of life scores and the social demographic factors were tested using one-way ANOVA and the t-test, and the level of significance was set at 0.05. The inclusion criteria for this study was that participants must be more than 18-year-old. However, the exclusion is that of any adults with cognitive impairment were excluded. What you see on your screen is the four main domain of WHO QOL BREF, which has its facets incorporated within the domains. We have physical health, psychological, social relationships, and environment. The physical health domain contains facets of activity of daily living, dependence on medicinal substances and medical aids, energy and fatigue, mobility, pain and discomfort, sleep and rest, work capacity. Whereas the facets of psychological domain are bodily image and appearance, negative or positive feelings, self-esteem, spirituality, religion, personal beliefs, thinking, learning, memory, and concentration. As for social relationship, it involves personal relationships, social support, and sexual activity. And the last domain, which is the most significant domain in our study, the environment. The facets incorporated within the environment domain are financial resources, freedom, physical safety and security, health and social care, accessibility, which is accessibility and quality, home environment, opportunities for acquiring new information and skills, participation in and opportunities for recreation, leisure activities, and the physical environment itself, where pollution, noise, traffic, and climate are incorporated, and the transport. From here, my friend Fikri will continue.
Thank you to my colleague Dinesh for his part in the presentation, and from now on, I'll be continuing the presentation. Moving to results, in this study, a total of 107 respondents participated, and the demographic characteristic of the participant are shown in Table 1. So majority or 76.6% of the respondents were between the age group of 31 to 60 years old. 84.1% were female, 86.9% were Malay, 59.8% were married, 77.6% had secondary level of education, and 53.3% were unemployed. Next, moving to Table 2 and 3, which are showing the descriptive summaries for QOL domain and association between the QOL domain respectively. As shown in Table 2, the mean score for all domains were quite similar, ranging from 62.7 to 67.2. However, the mean score for physical health and psychological domain were significantly lower when compared to another study done by Wong et al., which showed that the mean score for physical health and psychological was 70.8 and 65.4 respectively. And as shown in table 3, pairwise, all the QL domain were significantly correlated, meaning that the higher the score in one domain, the higher the score will be in the other domain. But among these, environment domain was shown to have the most significant correlation with the other domain. For example, if you look, the association between the environment domain and physical health, psychological, and social relationship were higher when compared to the other. The association between QL domain and demographic characteristics were tested using t-test and one-way ANOVA, and the results are presented in table 4. So as you can see, there was significant difference in psychological, social relationship, and environment QL domain between the age group. For all the 3 domains mentioned earlier, the mean score were higher among those aged 61 and above compared to those aged 60 and below. Now, the reason for this could be due to stronger personal or spiritual belief in the older age group population, and also the fact that most of them are retiree, meaning that they were able to spend more time with friends and family, hence having better social support and interpersonal relationship, which in turn will lead to higher QOL. Next, as you can see, there was a significant difference in social domain between the educational levels. The mean score among those with tertiary level of education was significantly lower among the others. This finding contradicted other studies whereby their findings suggested that those with higher level of education had better quality of life. Now, the reason for this could be that in our study, only 13 respondents or 12.1% of the respondents had tertiary level of education, while the majority of them, or 80.9%, had only primary or secondary level of education. Thus could result in social divide among them. And what I meant by that was those with higher level of education might find it hard to socialize with the others and vice versa. Finally, moving to conclusion and recommendation. As for the conclusion, we conclude that the perception on physical health and psychological domain were lower among the B40 in this population compared to the other study. Those aged 61 and above perceive psychological, social relationship, and environment more positively compared to the younger ones. Those with tertiary level of education has low perception on social relationship, especially pertaining to social support when compared to the others with lower level of education. And that environment domain was the highly correlated with the other 3 domains. For recommendation, we recommend to improve on environment domain factors such as freedom, safety and security, accessibility for quality of health and social care, home and physical environment. When these factors of environment domain are improved, QL for environment domain will improve, which will in turn improve the other quality of life domains. And these are all the reference for our presentation. And that will be all for our presentation for today. And thank you for the attention given. And any question?
Thank you, Dinesh, Tanawalan, and the team for a good presentation. I've opened the session for questioning. You can scan the QR barcode to put your questions, and we'll put it to the team to answer them. So we have some 10 minutes now. We have about a minute or two. Can I ask Dinesh, how did you get the sample, Dinesh? Did you use any formula, or did you have an idea about sampling?
The sample
Yes,
is done. The sampling is done initially where we decided to use online because the research was done in last year, which UNCO. But after that, the online response wasn't excellent, so we decided to apply for approval to go to the PPR itself. So it was unrestricted self-sampling means we are choosing the sample, the participants only through like the volunteers. So only the volunteers will come. That's why there's like differences in the participants, where there is more females, or there is more people who came which are maybe unemployed because we went during the weekdays. So maybe the people who come, those are, most of them are like housewives. Yep.
So what should you do to improve the sampling? Suppose tomorrow you're doing a study, given a grant is given to you, and you want to see quality of life in a particular community. How are you going to improve the sampling? Can you give some information that how are you going to improve the sampling? What are the different steps you take for a good sample?
In my opinion, I believe that in order to get a good sample, we should be able to, if we are involving a particular population, then we should be able to encourage the entire population to join in the research. So in that sense, as we said, our challenge this time was mainly because of the COVID pandemic and the availability. We could possibly have a week-long find of respondents. So in that sense, we would cover almost possibly the ones who are on work, the ones who are attending work on weekdays, weekends, or also the shift workers, because we can possibly go on a particular time that roughly maybe in the afternoon or in the evening, that where different shifts or different people who work on different days can come together and give their give their responses. And that would be a good
okay. Dinesh, did you hear the word randomization?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So one, you have to apply randomization. Second thing, you have to apply the uniformity of sampling. Then you have to apply the formula. You have to see a previous study, what was done, what sample size that is required. You have to discuss with the statistical team to get the actual sample size. Did you have a discussion with the statistical team, Prof. Karutan and team? Did you get some information from them?
Sorry, can you repeat the questions?
Did you get any support, any statistical support, any support on getting a sample, how to get a sample, how to do the randomization? Did you get any support?
No.
No. Okay. Thank you. So now my next question would be, I think I've got a question here. Based on your data, is the younger generation more environmentally conscious? Based on your data, is the younger generation more environmentally conscious?
We couldn't really tell from that because we can't know what is the reason that the environment domains is having like higher scores in the older population. But we couldn't make a conclusion from that. Yeah.
Okay. So whenever you do study, when you get some information, you have to do some introspection as to what is going on, what is right with my study, what is wrong with my study, how can I improve the study, how can I apply this information from the study. So all these areas you have to really work out. Getting a study, completing it, writing the conclusion and recommendation, and the weaknesses, the weakness and the recommendation that you write. At the same time, you have to write down how can improve the study, how can I get the study better? Have I done something wrong? How can I improve it? So these are some areas you have to really cover in your study. But I see the study quality of life is done by the previous presenter, Kartika. So similar study has been done on quality of life by the same. So what difference is there between the previous presenter and your presentation?
In comparison, I could not really get much of the difference as we conducted the study first, and I think they had almost the same conclusion, where the ones who are with tertiary education has lower quality, the lower perception towards quality of life. I think there's nothing much to comment on the difference unless Kelly, do you have anything to add on?
But I see that there is a column on income also in your environmental income is also there. So did you take any information on income, really or not? Income.
No, we only include whether they are employed or unemployed in.
Okay.
Yeah.
So now you see the unemployment rate is almost like 53%, almost around 50%. It's a very huge unemployment. So do you think the quality of life is good? Those who are not employed, not be good, isn't it?
Sorry, can you repeat the question? Sorry, I didn't get that.
The unemployment rate is very high, almost 50%. So do you expect the quality of life to be good?
It depends, because we didn't include in the table here, but from the whole data, most of the unemployment is because they are housewives.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay. Right. That's why you said depends. Very good. Okay. Thank you very much.
Yeah,
So
I would like to. Yeah. Hello.
Proceed. Yeah. Proceed, sir.
Should I proceed?
Yes.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I'm Dr. Girish.
Yeah.
You talked about B40, right? Your population was B40. And then at the same time, you said you didn't take information about their income. So B40 means bottom 40%, right? So those who have income less than 5,000, isn't it not?
Yep.
So in a way, you have that information.
No, but it depends, because like during the previous presentation, I think one doctor mentioned that some of the PPR is rented out. So we will not be sure about the residents' income just based on like the PPR is only for B40, because some of the units are actually rented out. Yeah, so they might be not from the B40 groups because they are just the tenant, not the owner. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
May I ask a question, Dr. Nadev?
Yes, sir. Please proceed.
Yes. Okay. Yeah, guys, awesome work. Okay. A lot of takeaways there. I also asked this very same question to Kartiga's group ago. And I'm interested to find out, were you able to get any support, at least from the local WHO office in the interpretation of your data, particularly because you used their tool, the WHO QOL tool? Were you able to reach?
No, we couldn't. We didn't get the support from like any authorization, because there was time constraint, so we didn't have the chance to do that.
Yeah,
but we follow the whole guideline from the WHO QOL breath, so it's all according to the guideline. Yeah.
Okay, wonderful. Reason I'm asking that, probably it would be a good idea taking it forward, probably to just look into that, okay? Because there are particular usages where there are some tweaks, that need to be done as you go along. Like, for example, in your investigation, in the use of the WHO QOL, I hope you know that when 2 or more items are missing, then they should not be calculated except for domain 3. Did you note any of those?
Yep, we excluded those without complete data. We only include those which the score for the 4 domains is there. Yeah.
Okay. So all of the particulars of the draft of the QOL were implemented.
Yeah.
Yes. And
okay,
just to add on, in case there's a query on the question I used, it wasn't translated, but we used the PM version that was available from the organization themselves.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, the person.
Thank you, sir. Okay. So, very good presentation, Dinesh and group. I wish you all the good luck to further your research and show your interest in research activities. Continue your zeal to answer properly. That's very good. I appreciate your team. Yeah, thanks. So we go to the next presenter. Can we go to next presenter? So we have with us
Jabir and Dr.
That's right. That's right. I would welcome our sixth oral presenter, Dr. Jabir Al-Araimi from Oman, and to tell us about his study on training primary school children Oman on good hand hygiene via e-bug program. Oh, I welcome Jabir. Oh, yeah, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, to the organizer, researcher, and participant, good day everyone. It is absolutely privilege for me to participate in this first international conference of medical goes public in Malaysia. It is also my pleasure to share my research finding with many different researchers around the world. My title of the research is Training of Primary School Children in Oman in Good Food Hygiene via e-bag program. I'm Jabir Aremi, I'm the author, and my co-author for this research is Dr. Priya Madhavan. Before I start, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Jabir Juma Subait Al-Aremi. I'm a third-year medical student at Taylor's University in Malaysia. I'm originally from Oman. I live in Muscat, which is the capital city of Oman. Here is the content of my presentation. And first, I will start with the background. What is eBag? eBag is a free health education resource for 4 to 18 years old about microbes, antibiotic resistance, treatment, and prevention of infection. eBag covering many topics such as antibiotic use, food hygiene, farm hygiene, hand hygiene, respiratory hygiene, oral hygiene, sexual transmission. It is established in 2006 by Health Protection Agency, now operated by Public Health England. eBag website is currently available in 22 languages, and the eBag resources are currently being translated into all European languages, Turkish and Arabic. Talking about the global prevalence of foodborne diseases, according to WHO, every year foodborne diseases causes 600 million cases, and it is estimated 33 million of years of healthy life are lost due to contaminated food. Foodborne diseases can be deadly, especially in children less than 5 years. Children account for almost 1/3 of deaths from foodborne diseases, and foodborne diseases cause 420,000 deaths worldwide. In Oman, the true incidence of foodborne disease is unknown. However, it is difficult to determine what the burden is, since little is published in peer-reviewed journal or government reports for public access. Talking about the problem statement, young people are our future generation. Why this is important? Because children face higher risk when exposed to foodborne pathogens because their less developed immune system have a limited ability to fight infection. Therefore, educating children and young people about food hygiene and infection prevention is important to fight against foodborne illnesses. Through education, we can raise awareness, enhance knowledge, and modify behavioral intention about food hygiene in our generation by using enhanced technology platforms such as eBag. My research question is eBag resource pack helpful or effective in increasing the knowledge on food hygiene for school-going children in Oman? The research gap, no studies have been conducted in the use of eBag in Oman. The main objective of the study is to educate the school-going children in Oman on the importance of maintaining good food hygiene practice, disease transmission, prevention, and treatment using the eBag program. The specific objective of this study are to prepare an educational video to demonstrate the practice of good food hygiene for Omani school children and conduct survey and report on the effectiveness of the eBag program in the schools of Oman. This study acts as a pilot study toward inclusion of the eBag program in the school curriculum of Oman, provide children with the knowledge and increase their awareness on food hygiene. Talking about the teacher review, in 2017, study done by Charlotte Victoria Ali et al., the key finding 94% of the participant educator rated the eBag resource as an excellent or good lesson plan for teaching the children about the microbes and hand hygiene. And similarity with my study, the resource pack and the aim of study, while difference in the sample size is quite big, 695 respondents, and the target group is educator. For my study is school children. Another study done by Donna Amliki et al. In 2010. The key finding, the junior eBag teaching bag demonstrate a significant improvement in the student knowledge in all sections, and there were no significant decrease in the student knowledge observed after 6 months. Knowledge of senior eBag vary between region. Also, consistent improvement was observed for England and France. The similarity, eBag teaching bag, target group is same as school student. eBag quiz aim study difference, the sample size quite big, 2,181. And this study included both junior and senior student, while my study I included only junior student. And so we asked to answer the EBAC quiz at 3 time points, while for my study only at 2 time points before and after watching the video. Another study done by Donna Hamliki and Cleona McNulty in 2011, and the author discussed various implementation of the EBAG activity in England. And the study found by implementation of proper hand hygiene practice, it reduced the school absenteeism rate in England, and the study looks forward to implement EBAG for sexual health in healthcare institutions and prison in the future. Talking about the methodology, study design is a cross-section study and study population among 2 primary schools in Oman, Al-Nahda and Zainab Al-Asadiyya school, and the sampling size is 82 respondents. The sampling method by using convenience sampling and study instrument by using translated version of Arabic online EBAC quiz, and students were required to answer the question at 2 time points before and after watching the EBAC video on the food hygiene. The student score out of 12 points were collected. Data analysis using SPSS version 25. The paired sample t-test was used to compare the score of the participant before and after intervention of the EBAC video on food hygiene. B-value of less than 0.05 was considered statistically significant, and descriptive analysis used frequency, percentage, mean, and standard deviation. And inclusion criteria, grade 5 and grade 6 only from Al-Nahda and Zainab Al-Asadiyya school, aged between 10 and 11 years. Other than this is under exclusion criteria. Research require the ethical approval. Now I'm going to show you the video I have prepared on food hygiene. Actually, the video was originally in Arabic, but I have recreated again for the purpose of this conference in English. Surface of the food is covered by millions of different microorganisms. Although most of these are harmless, some types can make us ill because it is contaminated with different microorganisms such as Campylobacter and Salmonella. There are some guidelines that we should follow daily to prevent foodborne illness in the home by catching up with different households. First, keep your hands clean and keep the food preparation areas clean. Wash your hands with water and soap properly before cooking. Before cooking, wash your cooking utensil and dishes with water and soap properly. Clean and sanitize all areas that food could be touched, like tables and chopping boards. Clean the refrigerator door handle daily to remove any microbes. Clean the refrigerator thoroughly once a week and grab leftovers to prevent the growth of microbes. All your kitchen clean and keep your kitchen free and keep pets away from kitchen. Second, separate raw and cooked food to avoid cross-contamination. Raw chicken or fish is always contaminated with foodborne bacteria and must be packed separately from vegetables and other foods. Using separate chopping boards and knife for raw meat and vegetables prevents cross-contamination. Third, cook thoroughly. Cook food thoroughly, especially meat, poultry, seafoods, to kill all possible microorganisms. For meat and poultry, make sure that juices are clear, not pink. Bring food like soups, stew to boiling to make sure that they have reached 70 degrees Celsius for safe eating. Fourth, keep food at safe temperature. Do not leave cooked food at room temperature for more than 2 hours because microbes can grow faster. Refrigerate promptly all cooked and perishable food, preferably below 5 degrees Celsius. Keep cooked food piping hot more than 60 degrees Celsius prior to serving. Do not store food too long even in the refrigerator. Keep the frozen food in the refrigerator and do not serve frozen food at room temperature. Place the right food in the right shelf in the refrigerator with its suitable temperature. Fifth, use safe water and raw materials in cooking. Wash fruits and vegetables, especially if eaten raw. Select fresh and goods. Choose foods processed for safety, such as pasteurized milk. Do not use food beyond its expiry date. the questionnaire, a structured Google Form quiz questionnaire is used in this study and consisted of two parts. Part 1 included the consent and the social demographic details of the participants, such as the name of the participant, age, gender, grade, and name of school. Part 2 comprised of the translated Arabic version of the EBAC quiz on the food hygiene, and it contained 6 questions out of 12 points. Here the second part of the questionnaire showing the 6 questions, and the student can take as many answers as appropriate, and this question the student has to do it before and after watching the video, and the total of 12 points is collected. For the result, Table 1 shows the socio-demographic characteristic of participant. The survey was taken by 82 primary school students, grade 5 and 6 only, aged between 10 and 11 years from 2 different schools in Oman, namely Al-Nahda School and Zainab Al-Asadiyya School. As shown in Table 1, majority 51.2% of the respondents were male, followed by 48.8% female. Among the respondents, majority of the students are aged 10 years old and followed by 11 years aged student. Table 2 shows the mean scores before and after watching the EBAC video. The mean score before watching the video was 4.35 plus and minus 3.19 standard deviation, compared to the mean score after watching the video was 11.18 plus and minus 1.57 standard deviation, with a mean difference of 6.83 t of 18.005 and p-value of less than 0, which is b less than 0.05, showing the result is statistically extremely significant as shown in Table 2. Therefore, intervention of EBAC video demonstrates a significant improvement in the student knowledge on the food hygiene. Limitation of my study: relatively small sample size, number of the respondents only 82 respondents, and the use of convenient sampling and short period of time of study. In conclusion, the EBAC teaching video has demonstrated a significant improvement in the student knowledge on the food hygiene in both the schools. Hence, EBAC is an effective learning tool and should be implemented in the national school curriculum. The collaboration between the Ministry of Education and Ministry of Health is needed to implement the EBAC program in the national school curriculum, and this was confirmed by favorable reception and participation of teachers and students in the field. Recommendation: it is recommended to get the endorsement from the Ministry of Education and Ministry of Health. This is a very important point to implement the EBAC activity in the school curriculum, and inclusion of the food hygiene topics in the national curriculum of all levels of schooling, and promote EBAC food hygiene activity to schools and family by distributing the hard copy of the EBAC resource pack, and implementation of the train the trainer workshop to facilitate the dissemination of the EBAC teaching skill related to food hygiene, sponsor and promote EBAC food hygiene activities through social media, and evaluation of the resources. This is my references. So my final message to everyone is separate EBAC, not infection. Thank you for listening.
Open the session for questions. You can scan the barcode and put your questions.
So, hi everyone. To answer the question from the audience, so what is the significance of my study? As I mentioned, the significance of study is to act as a pilot study toward the inclusion of this study in the curriculum of the school in Oman. Also, to increase awareness and the knowledge of on food hygiene toward the school-going children in Oman. And the second question, how do you think you can implement the EBAC in my country? Is by getting the endorsement between the Ministry of Health and Ministry of Education, so they can help to inclusion of EBAC resources or activity in the school national curriculum, and also like by promoting the EBAC activity to school family by distributing the EBAC resource back, and also by promoting also the EBAC activity through social media.
Hi, Zabir. have you seen anybody in your country, Oman, done a study like this, similar study like this? Any research paper on EBUG?
Unfortunately, there is no study done in the EBUG.
Did you search the literature?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, that's fine. Any questions from the floor? Any questions from the floor? Any more questions? What's the method of analysis that you applied to analyze your data?
You mean the test I use?
A test, yes.
I use a paired sample t-test to compare the score between
paired sample t-test. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Zabir. It was a good presentation. Appreciate. Continue your research attitude. Continue your research outlook. And all the best. All the best.
Thank you.
So we go to the next topic. So hereby we thank Mr. Zabir, and then we move on to the next speaker.
Thank you,
Thanks.
Prof.
Yeah. Thanks, Benjamin. You can go ahead.
We come to the conclusion of technical session 10. And I'd like to thank the chairman, Prof. Dave, and also the lead speaker for this session, Dr. Azima Binti Ahmed from UPNM.
Now
Professor Girish.
Girish, yeah. Judge.
I'd like to thank the student presenters, Dinesh Maheshwaran, Dinesh Dhanapalan, and Jabir for their presentations. Thank you. And now we move on to the next event, that is experts' perspective, where we have two experts speaking on two different topics. Dr. Anna Sofia Victoria Fajardo, who will first speak on health and safety of workers during the COVID-19 pandemic. And she will be followed by Dr. Rogelio Lavado Jr., who will be speaking on disruptive education and COVID-19 response. So may I request Prof. Dev to continue to chair the session and introduce the next speaker.
Thank you, Benjamin. Thank you for your support and your request. Yeah. So with that, we proceed to the next speaker. Our speaker for the next session will be Dr. Anna Sofia Victoria Fajardo. Dr. Fajardo is currently the National Secretary of the Philippine College of Occupational Medicine for the term 2019 to 2021. During the height of pandemic, she also represented PCOM with the Healthcare Professionals Alliance Against COVID-19, HPAC, and the Department of Health, where the Department of Health Workplace Handbook was formulated to help industries ensure healthy workplace setting for the health and safety of the workers. She is also a license for PCOM linkage with government and non-government organizations pertaining to tuberculosis in the workplace. Together with the section of Occupation and Environmental Medicine, Department of Family and Community Medicine of Perpetual Health Medical Center, Binan UPH, Dr. Jose G. Mayo Medical Center, and Philippines College of Occupational Medicine, Laguna Chapter. Dr. Fajardo is a staunch advocate for hospital occupational health and safety, HOHS, which focuses on the health and safety of all the healthcare workers and the environmental safety and environmental health and safety of all healthcare facilities. They have organized a 6 HOHS, the Occupational Health and Safety Congress since 2014 to 2018, wherein they forged a declaration of commitment to the promotion and implementation of occupational health and safety in healthcare setting with key stakeholders in the Philippine health industry. Most recently, the 6th HOHS Congress was held last November 2020, entitled HOHS in Pandemic, Resilience in Center of Crisis, to promote occupational health and safety in healthcare settings in the context of COVID pandemic. So with all this vast details of our achievements, I welcome Dr. Fajardo to speak on the health and safety of workers during COVID-19 pandemic. Go ahead.
Thank you, Doctor.
Okay. Oh, you're here,
hi.
Right? Okay.
Good afternoon.
Good
I hope you can hear me well.
Yes. Please proceed. Yeah.
Hi, Dr. Benjamin. Good afternoon, Dr. Nandef. Did I pronounce it?
Yes.
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
So I am Dr. Fajardo. I am a physician here in the Philippines. I practice family medicine and occupational medicine. So I hope I'll be able to give you just an overview about the health and safety of our workers here in the Philippines. May I kindly have
the slides?
Yes, to share screen?
Yeah.
I will share my own screen. Thank you.
Benjamin?
Yeah, you can share.
You can share.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So again, a pleasant afternoon to everyone. I was invited by the organizers of the ICON-MEGOPIC 2021 International Conference on Health Issues. And it is truly an honor to speak for you today. Thank you so much for this invitation. And I'll be sharing an overview of the health and safety of the Filipino worker during the COVID-19 pandemic. And just to, of course, briefly, that my objectives for today is to highlight the current state of health and incidence of COVID-19.
Your slide is empty. I think it's... the slide is empty. I don't see any information.
For a while.
Yeah, we can see now.
Can you see it now?
Yeah, we can see now. Yes.
Shared for a while. Okay. All right. It pauses after I resume share. Okay. All right. Kindly give me a few minutes. Sorry, while I fix this. Sorry.
Sure.
Okay. Okay, well, maybe I can. I'll stick to this one.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
There seems to be a problem with my trying to share it while it's playing. Okay, so I hope this is clear enough for everyone.
Yes.
Yes? All right. Okay. I'm very sorry about that. Okay, let me try to make this bigger. Okay. All right then. So again, my objectives for today is to highlight the current state of health and incidence of COVID-19 in the Philippines, emphasizing its effects amongst the Filipino healthcare workforce, and to share insights about the future of health and safety in the workplace, its challenges and opportunities during this COVID-19 pandemic. And here I'd like to share with you a picture taken by one of my friends who is a very active member of the Philippine College of Occupational Medicine here in Laguna. It's a picture of one of the beaches here in Batangas. I am from the southern part of Luzon here in the Philippines, and we have a lot of beaches here. And I know also in Malaysia, right? There are a lot of very nice places to go to.
True,
And
true. You should
I
visit.
just wanted to share because it's been a while since I've been to the beach because of the pandemic.
Good. You will do it very shortly.
I know, yes. But anyway, so just a nice icebreaker for us. And so here, just to share with you that currently the total population of the Philippines is already at 110 million Filipinos as of today. And though it is estimated that, so we have already surpassed the projected 2020 number of 109 million. And just to share that also the population here in the Philippines is fairly equally divided between male and female, okay? And that the life expectancy is at around the age of 68.8 or 69 for males and 74.3 for females. And that the age group is mostly actually in your younger age group. All right. So what is the current situation now in the Philippines? And the most recent data available from the Department of Health of the Philippines is that the total cases is already at 568,680. Now, I think we've surpassed Malaysia. Is that correct?
Yes.
We've surpassed already, unfortunately. And out of the 568,000 cases of COVID in the Philippines, 14,813 are healthcare workers who became positive for COVID-19, or about 2.6%. And of these healthcare workers, we have about 98.3% recoveries already. And we're very thankful for that because of probably that most of those who were affected were from the nursing profession, and most of the nurses are quite young and fairly in good health. Unfortunately, we do have a 0.6% of deaths, or about 82 of our healthcare workers died due to COVID-19. And unfortunately, during the beginning of the pandemic, it was this 82 deaths mostly comprised of our senior physicians who handled the COVID cases. So we did lose a lot of our experts, and but we learned, and we hope that the future physicians and future healthcare workers will really learn how to take care of their health better and use the proper PPEs and proper controls for preventing COVID-19 in the hospitals and other health facilities. So with those healthcare workers, 168 are active cases. Of the active cases, we have about 33% asymptomatic cases, 54.8% mild cases, 1.2% moderate, 6% severe, and 4.8% critical. Now, if you actually total the moderate, severe, and critical, we would have roughly about a little bit more than 15% or less than 15% of cases who need hospitalization. Okay, this is for the healthcare workers. All right, and then I'd like to share with you this level of risk category for the workers' exposure to COVID-19. And we know that if you work in an office, just doing administrative work, not really talking to a lot of people, not talking to patients, of course, then you would most likely belong to the low exposure risk group. But if you are working in either the restaurants or high population density work environments, such as maybe the prisons, okay, retail settings like the malls and the schools, when they are back to their normal operations, then they would belong to the medium exposure risk. And your high exposure and very high exposure risk belongs to mostly your healthcare professionals who have direct patient care to COVID cases. And your very high would most likely be categorized for those workers, healthcare workers doing aerosol generating procedures, such as when they do intubation, nebulization, or other swabbing for the RT-PCR testing. Okay. Now, I'd like to just also briefly share with you again just a little bit about the demographics of the Philippines, and that our population is fairly quite young, no, mostly in the 20s, though we have a dependency rate of 58:100, which means that out of the 58 workers, mostly young workers of the Filipinos, they have to take care of 100. So I would say about a half. Like one worker would have to take care of two dependents who are in their senior age, mostly 60 years old and above, who have retired from work or who are already financially dependent on their children. Okay. So there's a lot of pressure, right, on our young workers. And then just to share with you that majority of our population belongs to the lower socioeconomic class. From the lower to the those with poor income, and then those who are poor even cannot afford to buy their own food. So I would say a lot. The Philippine government really has a lot, majority of the population to look after with regards to their livelihood, income, and taking care of their social services. Now, the Filipino workforce and their and the government's move in order to give more importance to occupational health and safety has been there for the longest time. Our occupational safety and health standards were created in 1978, but it was only in 2018, back in August, where our president, President Duterte, signed Republic Act 11058, which is the Occupational Safety and Health Law, which strengthens our occupational safety and health standards and provides penalties for non-compliance. So before, our standards were simply voluntary to all workplaces for them to follow and comply with. But now, the Department of Labor and Employment does have the authority and the power to give penalties to workplaces who do not abide by these standards. So the Philippines has roughly, I would say, 72.54 million working, okay, or population who are eligible to work, okay, 72.54 million Filipinos who are eligible to work, but 44.53, or your 61.4% of the population is 15 years old and over, okay. We have 5.1% of the labor force who are unemployed. And of those who are employed, okay, of the 42.24 million who are employed, 5.71 million are underemployed and 3.53 are visibly underemployed. Okay, so roughly as of July of 2019, we only have about 45 million workforce who are really eligible to drive the economy of the Philippines. And here now we'd like to share with you the emphasis of the Department of Labor and Employment with their focus on workplace health and safety. They've aligned their protocols and their guidelines with the Department of Health, minimum health standards, and the 4 pillars of which are: first, to increase physical and mental resilience; second is to reduce the transmission of COVID-19; third is to minimize the contact rate; and fourth is to reduce the risk of infection from COVID-19. And they have provided the Department of Labor and Employment, which handles or regulates all private companies or all workplaces in the private sector, have already provided the different guidelines for prevention and control of COVID-19 in the workplace. Okay. And just to share with you, the Department of Labor and Employment does provide the different trainings for basic occupational safety and health, construction occupational safety and health, and other OSH-related courses. For our physicians and for our dentists, our organization, the Philippine College of Occupational Medicine, provides the training for basic course in occupational medicine. And we have also, we are currently going into our first pilot run. It's actually ongoing right now. And we hope that with its success, we'll be able to continue our training in spite of this pandemic. Okay. And I'd also like to share with you this slide that Filipinos very much value their family, and I'm sure your families as well in Malaysia. You have very close, tightly knit families as well, right? And we know that one of the risk factors for the spread of COVID-19 is the different family gatherings that happened last December during the holidays. And it actually did give or a little bit rise in our cases, but not as much as last year, because even if they were in their gatherings, there were reminders for these celebrations to be done in your nuclear household, right? For those who you really live with. And if you do have to cross households, then you have to ensure there's good ventilation, you wear your face mask, and we do wear a lot of our face shields here as well, and as well as ensuring that there's physical distancing and that the time of exposure to one another is not that much. But of course, during gatherings, we cannot avoid spending more than an hour with our families. Okay. So, and here's a slide that would just share with us the leading causes of death here in the Philippines, and with its what are the leading causes of death among males and what are the leading causes of death among females. And for the males, here we have your ischemic heart disease and your cerebrovascular diseases. And while with females, it would be your cancer and ischemic heart diseases. Okay. But of course, pneumonia is always there. Okay. Your pneumonia is here in both male and female. Okay. And just to share with you that also we have the Department of Health has also tried to address the triple burden of disease, which is to address controlling or preventing your communicable diseases, especially in the workplace. We have programs for HIV, TB, Hep B, COVID-19 in the workplace. And then, of course, your non-communicable diseases. We also have the Department of Labor and Employment mandates that all workplaces should have health programs addressing lifestyle-related diseases, okay, and your diseases of rapid urbanization and industrialization, and of which I believe there are really different areas here in the Philippines which are seeing the effects of urbanization and industrialization because of the different environmental factors which are not yet much regulated also here in the Philippines. So we do see some of these health effects, especially for exposures to your chemical hazards, your physical hazards in the workplaces. Okay? And then the health problems which cause the most disability. Number one would be your musculoskeletal diseases such as low back pain, headache, okay, diabetes, chronic lung diseases, and your diabetes. Okay. And what are the key issues that I believe have to be addressed here in the Philippines and even during the COVID pandemic? Our health systems and access. Really, at the height of the pandemic, our health systems were very much challenged. Most of the COVID patients went to the private hospitals. It was only towards the middle of the pandemic last year, wherein they decided to assign the Philippine General Hospital, which is the biggest public hospital in the Philippines, as a COVID designated referral center. And so health systems and access is still an issue in the Philippines. And I believe with the implementation of the universal health care, we would be able to attain a better access and implement better systems for the health of our fellow men. And then your health workforce and service delivery is also an issue because we do have a lot of our Filipino healthcare workers, especially our nurses, who go abroad for greener pastures, of course, and we cannot. I'm sure we cannot hold them back from what they would, of course, really work hard for. But this is an issue, and the Department of Health and the Philippine government is trying to address the health workforce issue. With the health factors and outcome, we are aware of the Department of Health and its alignment with the Millennium Development Goals of the WHO, and we are trying to address those health factors and trying our best to improve the service delivery in order to align ourselves with the SDGs, or your Millennium Development Goals. Okay? And this is just a roadmap that the Department of Health gave for us. It's about improving financing for health services, improving the service delivery, improving regulation, and governance for our health systems. And with that, we hope, of course, that Filipinos will be amongst one of the healthiest people in Southeast Asia by 2022. And that's just 1 year from now. And Asia by 2040. So I still believe there's a much improvement to attain. So with regards to some of the opportunities, so again, health financing, health and safety culture, to improve our health and safety culture in the workplaces, and of course, address issues for the aging workforce. Okay. All right. And I would like to also share with you some opportunities wherein we can try to, of course, address better health and safety at the workplace in the new normal. Of course, we are now optimizing the use of better technology, probably use it also for better data collection and analysis. Here right now, we're using it for education, training, and a lot have also been using these teleconferences for research as well. And then universal healthcare. We hope that with the full implementation of universal healthcare in the Philippines, occupational health services can also provide primary care or preventive care in workplaces, okay, such as prevention of your NCDs and cancer as well. And then stakeholders collaboration, that we must be able to collaborate, cooperate with the different government agencies that do regulate occupational health and safety in the Philippines, such as DOH, PhilHealth, the Department of Labor and Employment. PhilHealth is our nationwide health insurance for all Filipinos. And then the different agencies of your Department of Labor and Employment. And of course, private agencies such as professional organizations, such as our organization, PICOM, the Philippine College of Occupational Medicine, the different pharmaceutical industry partners, and your non-government organizations. Now, I'd like to share with you some of the best practices of the different industries here in the Philippines. Here we have one from the manufacturing industry. This company is Uratex, and they have shown us that they continue to ensure the quality of their products by ensuring the safety and health of their workers. And these are the different programs that they did for their workers during the pandemic. They provided free shuttle services for their employees with health and safety signages as reminders, strict wearing of the prescribed PPE in the workplace, the installation of temperature scanners and hand washing areas, isolation areas and health declaration areas, cohorting of their skeletal workplace, and staggered break time arrangement to limit exposure and not having clusters of workers at one area, limiting facility access only to essential workers, elimination of non-essential meetings as much as possible, and their continuation of health promotion programs, okay, such as the U Move, which is a company-initiated program requiring all workers to take a break every 2:45 p.m. daily and perform stretching exercises to promote the importance of physical activity on the physical and mental health. Okay, and then we also have here a construction company, which is the DM Konsuhi company. So it's a construction company that they provided engineering controls to promote physical distancing and to prevent infection in the workplace. So they put foot markings, acrylic barriers, placements in their workstations and canteens, pigeon boxes for incoming documents, signages placed all over the building to cover all aspects of their COVID mitigating protocols. Their company also invested in multi-million ventilation modification to their buildings that was integrated into their cooling exhaust systems. The company also abides by the DTI DOLE guidelines to screen employees daily for their symptoms and possible exposure to probable and confirmed cases. And likewise, they provided quarantine facilities somewhere in one of the cities in Metro Manila. Okay. And then here we have a BPO, or what we call the business process outsource company, or your call centers in Bonifacio Global City in Taguig. So they also tried to give alternative work arrangements, such as your work from home. Almost 90% of their employees were working from home. And then employees belonging to your MARP or your most at-risk population were also placed on work from home status. Their company again provided shelter service, implementation of your health declaration, physical distancing, mandated to wear their PPEs inside the buildings, alcohol dispensers, and frequent sanitation of high-touch areas and disinfection of their workplaces. Infographics and pamphlets were also distributed to their employees. And telemedicine consults from their HMO were also arranged. Okay. Now we have here a sample from an advertising company, which is the Center for International Trade, Exposition and Missions. It's an export promotion arm of DTI, or the Philippine Department of Trade and Industry. And in order to mitigate COVID-19, so they prepared their COVID response plan and procedures, okay? Guiding principles, of course, is that they are critical for their service continuity, lean management, and they reinforce their culture for safety and wellness. Some of their strategies were setting up the COVID response team, risk assessment and monitoring of the workers and workplaces through the health declaration form, and then crafting of the COVID-19 policy. Next, the banking and finance industry. So we also have a sample here. I'm sorry, they were not at liberty to disclose what the name of the bank was, but this did come from one of our occupational safety and health physicians of the Philippine College of Occupational Medicine, and they just mentioned that the banking industry was very tricky to navigate, especially during the pandemic, and they, of course, they highlighted that their human resource department and their occupational safety and health team assisted employees in dealing with of course, increasing the culture for health and safety, okay, and trying to maintain a work-life balance for their employees. Now, for the food manufacturing and service industry, they also tried to strike the delicate balance between occupational health and safety, food safety, hazard analysis control, critical control points, and the good manufacturing practice and waste management. And of course, they were focused on ensuring that there was proper temperature in place, relative humidity, ventilation, air exchange, very crucial for the health of their workers and also for the quality of the food products. Okay, so waste management was also important, and so they needed to emphasize the role of their occupational safety and health committee, okay, to continuously consult with the pollution control officer or the PCO and the quality assurance department. All right. And then for your public service administration or your government offices within the different towns and cities of the Philippines, sample here is your Valenzuela City in Metro Manila, wherein they provided one of the first molecular laboratories for PCR testing for their constituents. Okay. And here is another sample from Unilab. I'm sure you've also heard of Unilab. They have a laboratory and their medical manufacturing here in our area. And they just wanted to share here with us the programs that they did. Programs on mental health, trying to ensure their employee well-being, okay, providing a COVID-19 information hub, all right, and of course, donating vitamins and alcohol to their frontliners. And I think that's it. In summary, I do believe there is hope and a bright future for the Philippines in improving health and safety of the Filipino workforce in the new normal. And I'm sure this COVID-19 issue will not be going away very soon, even with the vaccines. And hence, we need to engage champions for occupational health and safety in the workplace. Hopefully, our attendees here will be one of those champions for workplace health and safety, commitment of the key stakeholders, and occupational safety and health together with our universal healthcare as key components to ensuring health at the workplace as well as safety. And with that, I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Madam, for a very nice presentation. And you had a very clear perspective of the health system that is available in the Philippines with the introduction of the safety measures and laws into the system and the special training that you've been providing to the employees and your examples that are given at various levels of organization in different examples that you mentioned on companies, the drug companies, Eurotex that you mentioned about the BPOs and the companies where they're giving the facilities for work from home. Yeah, so this has been done all over the place, and that you are given a perspective about the Philippines and the young workforce that you have is very, very good news. And I hope you have a increase in the income of the country, increase in the output of the country's health system. Because the moment you increase the input on the percentage of GDP, the GDP percentage that we put on the health system is very crucial.
Yes, I agree.
If you put a higher GDP, you mentioned the 4 pillars, how to improve the system. Increase the input into the money, increase regulation, increase governance, increase infrastructure, all come into play. So you have to increase the GDP. I'm sure when the overall GDP of the country improves, things will get better. And any questions from the floor that would people like to ask? I invite all the gentlemen and ladies and gentlemen to ask questions. They can go through the QR barcode and write good questions. Any questions from the floor?
I guess I understand Malaysia already has a very good control of the COVID situation.
There was second wave. There was second wave of COVID, and then there was a reintroduction of MCO, and They put in place all the system of safe, standard precautions of safe distancing, wearing mask, and trying to prevent unnecessary movement of people. And even workforce, they put in restrictions. There are so many places they could catch those people who are not following the rules. So there was fear of penalties. So that also played a very important role. And definitely the health system has taken a very great step, because I am attached to one of the hospitals here, the big hospital, Singapore Hospital, which is a fully COVID designated hospital. Initially, we had 800 beds. It's all meant for different specialties, mainly the trauma and neuro center, neurosurgery. Now the whole system, the ICU, which is 40 bedded, is all been taken over by the COVID care. And then we have the spillover from the ICU onto the wards. Even the patients have been put into wards for observation. Some are ventilated in the wards as well for ICU COVID patients. But it is definitely getting better, because we had cases around 4,000 or 3,000, around 2,000 to 3,000 stabilized. I'm sure you would have heard a lecture from Prof. Chris in the morning. He would have given all the details about the COVID that has been tackled in Malaysia. So there is definitely improvement, and there's a good control. We are very happy with that, and we appreciate your questioning and concern on that issue. So it was a good talk, and we appreciate your perspective, and it was very clear, and you put the whole context right from the population down to the new implementation program that I put into place, and especially mentioned about the universal health care that Philippines is trying to put in. I'm sure things will get better. So we thank on behalf of the organizing committee for your good presentation and good lecture.
Thank you so much.
Thank
you again to everyone.
Thank you.
All right.
Can we move on to the next presentation? Dr. Benjamin? Yeah. So
yes, we can go ahead. Yeah.
So we move on to the next presentation. We have a very interesting presentation after this, just like we had from Eduardo. So we have with us Dr. Rogelio Levardo from Junior from, there's John, as Joan was mentioning here, John. So so next expert talk will be with the interesting perspective is Dr. Rogelio Levardo Jr. He's an acting manager, teaching and learning unit, and a senior curriculum advisor at Bahrain Polytechnic, located in the Kingdom of Bahrain. He holds a Doctor of Medicine degree, MD, and has been in field of medical education since 1994. Over the years, he has acquired a rich experience in the academia, as he has taught and was involved in higher education roles in Philippines, Saudi Arabia, Singapore, Bahrain. His interest in the field of medical research include primary healthcare links in the community, professional identity formation among physicians, particularly those in family practice, and professional development of medical educators. In the area of education, his research interest centers on problem-based learning as an innovative pedagogy applied to non-medical degree programs. He is a senior fellow of the Higher Education Academy, advanced higher education based in UK. I will now invite Dr. Rogelio Levardo to tell us about the disruptive education, a COVID-19 response. So without much delay, I would invite Dr. Rogelio Levardo to give this talk on disruptive education, a COVID-19 experience. I welcome you, sir.
Good day, everyone. I'm Dr. Rogelio Levardo Jr., and I'm from the Teaching and Learning Unit of Bahrain Polytechnic. I'd like to take you through a journey of our response to COVID-19 through disruptive education. Now, in the light of the challenges posed to us by COVID-19, particularly on medicine and healthcare education, these are now the objectives of my session. A reality check about education in general. Change is definitely inevitable. We know that. And because of that analysis, we have seen that gaps do exist in our educational system in terms of a lot of its aspects. And yes, even the students of today are different from the way we used to be. Now, looking at the needs of the workplace, these have also changed over the course of time, and these are in a constant state of flux or change. 1 year ago, the world was blindsided by SARS-CoV-2, the virus that causes COVID-19. And because of that, governments had to institute emergency health and safety protocols in order to protect us from this virus. And one of those that was affected would be education. Schools and higher learning institutions had to be shut down for the health and safety of the students as well as staff. And these may have been the highlights of newspapers seen a year ago. These are still in play, by the way, because of all of the variants that are coming out every day. So the question now is, a year down the line, do we see a chance to change for the better in the light of the pandemic situation? Now, disruptive education has actually been around for a long time. It's just that because of the pandemic, it has now been part of a lot of conversations in academia. Now, disruptive education refers to approaches, methods, and formats that actually challenge and modify to change the established model for the purpose of improving the existing one. Now, if there's one thing that COVID-19 has done is that it has exposed a lot of facts, and that this change is actually necessary and urgent because our current system is now seen as outdated, and it is actually failing to address the needs of the digital age. Allow me to share some paragraphs from the work of Luthra and Mackenzie as they put together their perspectives on how coronavirus has affected education at large. Let me give you a few seconds to go through these. Allow me to approach my discussion on disruptive education using these three segments. We'll take a look at the current learning and teaching methods, or pedagogies, as we say in higher academia, and how that relates now to 21st century life skills development, and end up with some updates about digital education. Take a look at this table. It gives a beautiful comparison of how we used to be instructed way back then, and how our students today are expected to learn in the 21st century classroom. Our learning before was largely passive, primarily because the teachers were the sole source of information for large parts of the classes. Nowadays, learning is encouraged to be active, with the students taking responsibility for their learning. And you and I, as teachers, are now facilitators of said learning. Nowadays, the learners are expected to work collaboratively in groups, particularly in small groups. However, before, we learned on our own in large parts of the sessions. In terms of curricula, the curricula before were still fragmented. We were taking subjects separate from each other like anatomy, physiology, biochemistry, internal medicine, pediatrics. However, in advanced universities nowadays that have faculties and schools of medicine, the curricula are integrated and interdisciplinary. So with this, we will take a look at how much the 21st century classroom will show and develop the necessary skills our future physicians and healthcare workers will need. Now, active student-centered learning actually began in the field of medicine, and this was in the 1960s in Canada through the discovery and implementation of PBL, or problem-based learning. And the man to whom we attribute PBL to is Dr. Howard S. Barrows, an esteemed member of the faculty of the McMaster University Michael G. DeGroote School of Medicine. Student-centered learning actually stimulate our students to take responsibility of their learning process, allowing them to become more self-reliant. The teachers are not set aside though, they are still needed. They now become facilitators of learning instead of remaining to be the main sources of knowledge. The proverbial sages on the stage becoming guides by the side is highly applicable. Traditional full-length didactic lectures are converted into these short scaffolding sessions. These sessions are very important because they just give enough information for the students to use when they now come into their small groups to discuss well-designed problems. There are several methods that are student-centered, and several of them are actually offshoots of problem-based learning. There used to be a time when we would remember sitting in rooms like these, halls where we would sit side by side in long rows, listening to our professors imparting knowledge. However, nowadays, a lot of the more advanced faculties and schools of medicine will have a different shift into something that looks like this. So here, the students are now seated in small groups, discussing and elaborating with each other, and the tutor or the teacher actually goes around and listens and provides support to the learning. Take a look at Edgar Dale's cone of learning experience. This actually shows the great divide between active and passive learning, as I am now indicating by this yellow line. Anything that you find above would be examples of competencies that are developed but passively. For example, we ask our students to just read, listen to a lecture, view images or videos possibly on YouTube, go to an exhibition, even just watch a demonstration. These have been shown to still have comprehension being done by the students and even retention of information, however, at a maximum of 50%. However, when we have our students participate in more hands-on activities, when we ask them to collaborate with their classmates, when we ask them to experience a phenomenon, a simulation, or even perform experiments, retention, comprehension, and understanding increases to about 90%. And this now is characteristic of active student-centered learning. And take a look at the competencies that are developed. Students that learn actively are more analytical, they are more creative, they are more evaluative, they look at things critically, they are problem solvers. So students who have been trained during the pre-COVID times to do active learning did not have much problems actually getting on with their education because they were already used to their active learning styles. Now, the second segment of disruptive education that I would like to talk about, and this is very, very significant even in healthcare, would be the development of what we call employability skills, or you may have heard of the term 21st century soft skills. Okay, you see, ladies and gentlemen, in the 21st century workplace, discipline or occupation specific skills are good, definitely needed, but they are no longer sufficient for our new graduates to meet the demands of the workplace. And by workplace, I do not only mean the hospital, I do not only mean the clinic or healthcare facility, I mean all sorts of disciplines, right? Even beyond healthcare. You see, workers nowadays are expected to have an additional set of these special skills and attributes. And these have become very important conversation pieces, not only at the national level, but in the regional and international discussion platforms as well. Now, what exactly are 21st century skills? The UNESCO has actually come up with a framework of what they call transversal competencies. Now, these actually are those employability skills that we are dealing with. So if we would take a look at this image, all of the skills that go around the picture are those skills that we are talking about. What UNESCO has done is that it has just grouped them into major categories. Now, the 21st century professional is expected to have most of these skills. So the question now is, are our physicians, are our healthcare workers expected to have these? The answer is yes. For them to be effective in the medical and healthcare setting, these skills are very, very important, all the more in these pandemic times. A next question that might crop up would be, is it possible to train our students in these? Well, first of all, these should already be embedded in our curricula. But in these pandemic times, when our students could not come to the campus, there are still innovative ways to do this, particularly so because these skills are actually embedded in the usage of active student learning, which we just talked about. Now, the third segment of disruptive education that has been thrust front and center to all of our discussions in response to COVID-19 is digital education, or technology-enhanced learning, or more commonly, e-learning. Now, this is nothing but the innovative use of digital tools and technologies for the purposes of teaching and learning. And of course, how well we engage with them determines now the efficacy of the experience. Now, I would like to approach this from the institutional e-learning infrastructure perspective, as well as the use of educational applications. Now, when we talk about the e-learning infrastructure of an institution, we're not simply talking about uploading a PowerPoint to the internet. It actually involves a lot of important and significant perspectives, from institutional governance support all the way to training of staff, all the way to the provision of e-learning devices. And I would like to put forward this last point. Once developed, any infrastructure that has been put in place must be able to evolve in order to accommodate the changing student needs, technologies, and curricula, because as we've said, the only thing that is permanent is that things are changing in flux. Now, in terms of e-learning infrastructure elements that we have seen to be very effective in online and blended learning, the presence of an LMS, or learning management system, is very essential. This is nothing but an application designed specifically for creation, distribution, and management of content delivery to the students. And here are some very famous icons which we may be familiar with. Now, in terms of virtual conferencing platforms where our online classes are happening, a lot of universities that have been doing this even pre-COVID, like I said, did not have much problems in terms of COVID shutdowns because they have been already implementing online teaching, or what we know as blended learning. So here are some of the more famous virtual conferencing platforms, and I'm sure that some of us are very familiar with a lot of these, particularly Zoom and Microsoft Teams. Now, in terms of simulated learning experiences, because COVID has caused now the difficulty to bring in students for laboratory teaching and learning experiences, the use now of whatever tools which have access using personal devices has come into play. And these virtual anatomy dissection tables have been very useful, particularly so because their programs could be accessed by the students while they're at home, so they can continue their learning. And even professors could even continue teaching using the program and using whatever virtual conferencing platform they use in class. Now, this is particularly exciting, the use of virtual, augmented, or mixed reality applications, such as this one from Microsoft. It's called the HoloLens.
Get the full 3D experience of a cadaveric dissection without the cadaver. Introducing HoloHuman, a companion product to the award-winning Complete Anatomy platform. Learning anatomy? Choose to learn via system or region, then dive in and explore the world's most advanced 3D anatomy models. Discover the anatomy, structure by structure, in exquisite detail. Explore the depths and layers of the human body. Dissect your way through 12 interactive body systems and identify relationships between organs, tissues, and vessels. Learn detailed information about each anatomical structure. Teaching anatomy? Prepare specific views of the body and save as activities for use in your lesson plan. Share these activities with others through a session. All participants see what you see, following along as the lesson is mirrored on their device. Identify, isolate, and remove structures in a virtual dissection. Students can be challenged to take control of their own learning by flipping the classroom and passing control of the lesson to them. Pearson and 3D for Medical are ready for you to experience the most advanced and exciting mixed reality anatomy product on the market, HoloHuman.
Now, in terms of laboratory experience, a lot of universities and a lot of companies have made their resources free and open for use of anyone who needs them. These are what we call your open educational sources. And here are a couple of our own personal favorites. So anyone could just sign up and register, and these can be used for free. The first one up there, VU Micro, is a microbiology OER. And the very last one is an OER for a variety of biochemistry and general chemistry experiments. Now, in terms of clinical skills development, there are different ways by which we could do this. One would be the production of online training videos. We could actually make our own videos and upload them onto our learning management systems, or share these videos to our students in order to help them with particular training. There are also training videos that are already free on the internet, and we could use these. Some professors actually record themselves real patients, of course, with the permission of the patients. And these now could be used as teaching cases and teaching sessions. There are also interesting virtual training simulations that provide feedback.
With Oxford Medical Simulation's virtual reality platform, learners can get the benefits of traditional simulation simply by putting on a headset and entering the virtual hospital, where they can see patients and apply their learning to practice, taking a history, examining, investigating, diagnosing, and treating just like in real life. They then get personal feedback on how they approach the scenario, and details on how they are improving over time or whether they need extra help. The virtual simulation platform is also available for Mary's students to use at home remotely. Students simply download the software to their personal computer and access the same dynamic interactive scenarios on screen without the need for virtual reality equipment. Mary has saved her faculty and herself time and money because the system requires nothing more than a laptop and a VR headset that fits neatly into any space and complements existing methods to enable effective blended learning. Learners can use the system without faculty supervision and repeat scenarios as many times as they need to in order to feel confident and competent when seeing patients in real life. Oxford Medical Simulation, transforming healthcare education to improve patient care.
Now, in terms of maintaining engagement in online blended learning formats, collaborative tools that would help our students work together in their teams and their projects are most recommended. Now, here are some good examples of these tools. And if you'll note, we have a lot of those that are used in social media, and these definitely have education uses. For online quiz, survey, and poll tools, here are a few recommendations. I'd like to end up with a few final thoughts. You see, in the way that COVID-19 has actually affected a variety of aspects in our daily lives, there are two things that really stand out for me. And that is the fact that we were taught about being resilient and being innovative. And it actually showed us that we can actually embrace change provided that we are given the chance. You see, in terms of education, particularly in medical and healthcare education, institutions, academics, and even students who were already exposed to technology-enhanced, student-centered learning, even during the pre-COVID times, actually had the smoothest transition in terms of continuing their teaching and learning experience when COVID-19 struck. Now, the processes and the methods may have changed, and we do not know. This might be the new normal for quite a foreseeable future. But just remember that the goal of medical education has always been to produce ethical, critically thinking, reflective, compassionate, collaborative healthcare workers who care to focus on their patients across a disease continuum from clinical prevention and palliative care. Thank you so much for listening. I do hope that you were able to grasp some of these perspectives and take them on board. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, thank you, Dr. Rogelio Levardo. It was very informative, helpful, and very good talk. Appreciate your different concepts you have put in various advanced technologies for present-day learning. And I appreciate the whole lot of new technology that has been put into to show us that we can apply all these things. But if you see all the institutions, they are putting some of them, and they're gradually increasing the input of this technology based on understanding, application, acceptability, and the student comfort. So right now, with this present status, we have a problem of a real patient scenario for cases. So are you dealing with the real patient case videos?
Well, yes, doctor. In for example, let's say in internal medicine, okay, what some of our colleagues in that particular field are doing is that, of course, with the permission of patients, they take videos. Okay, they take videos, or they take their students on an online tour of rounds as they do their rounds in the wards. Okay, and then this is projected, of course, on the learning management system or simply by Zoom. Yeah, and then that is recorded.
And then after the physician does his or her rounds, there will now be a time where he could spend with the students and have a nice back there, a teaching session. Okay, so that can occur.
Okay, thank you, Jolio. That's very nice of you. Now, next thing is that what about the role of PBL that you mentioned about problem-based learning? We always apply in medicine, but you mentioned that you have been applying in non-medical areas.
Yes,
that's very interesting. So
yes,
we find
it's
it
very
is similar.
interesting, doctor. Yep, that is so true, doctor. You see, I have been trained and I studied in the PBL setup. Okay. In my previous employment in Saudi Arabia, we were a fully PBL faculty. Okay.
Yes.
When I transferred to Bahrain, I was only focusing on healthcare because that was my training in PBL. However, the institution managers challenged me to see if the principles of PBL can actually work, say, for example, in engineering, business, in ICT. And we actually just finished, I'm glad you asked this, because last year we finished a 5-year research program, and
that's very good.
It can work. So you now have engineering classes designed in PBL, ICT classes designed in PBL. So
that makes inquisitive and very critical way of thinking. You apply PBL. If you are very seriously doing PBL without any provocation, without any clue to the candidates, they can really critically think and come out with a good flow of the PBL and a good results. Thank you very much. And with that, because we have exceeded the time too much,
so
I cannot alone or I can ask any question. So my team leader will try to embark on me. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you for having me, and congratulations to everyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. So here we close the session, and with that we are come to end of our session 10.
Dr. Mendes?
Yeah.
Could we have everyone turn on their cameras so we can have a photo before?
Okay. Can we request? Can I request all of you to put on your video on so that you can have a photo? Should we on the camera, all of us? What? You put a full screen, full screen. Full screen. Can't see all the faces. Cannot see, Can you see all the faces?
No, doctor. But I think we can take the screenshot with these faces because of time.
Okay. It's up to you. Yeah.
So 3, 2, 1, MEGOPIC. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, ma'am. Anna Sophia. Thank you, Rogelio. Moya, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you too, sir. Thank you very much.
Dr. Benjamin, thank you so much.
Congratulations.
Untiring work you have been doing from morning.
Just one more request, that is, please use the link given in the chat to give some feedback on the conference. Thank you everyone for joining, and I request everyone to join back main group.
Okay? Main group, okay.
Including talks and the announcement of winners.
Okay. Dr. Benjamin, I already submitted the form.
That's okay. Yeah,
No,
they'll be announcing the winner by now.
No, the form regarding this thing. What's it? A conference. Yeah, I submitted. Okay.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Benjamin. Thank you so much. So we go to the main group. How? We close the session and go and open the link. Different link.
Sir. Yes,
okay.
Sir.
Okay. Thank you, Benjamin. Thank you. Leave the meeting, leave the meeting.